My name is Elias Thorne, and I am a senior field surveyor for the Bureau of Land Management. My job is not as poetic as the brochures suggest. It consists of 80% data entry and 20% trying not to die from heat exhaustion or rattlesnake bites. People think the desert is a vacant lot. They are wrong. The Mojave is a graveyard of things the world forgot it owned. I have found rusted tanks from the 1940s and underground bunkers that were never recorded on any map. My primary responsibility is to ensure that the physical reality of the desert matches the official government records. If a mountain moves 2 inches because of a fault line, I am the one who measures the gap. If a canyon appears where there was none, I am the one who finds out why. On a Tuesday in late July, the temperature hit 115 degrees. I was working in a sector known as the Devil Throat. It is a series of jagged limestone formations that look like teeth rising from the sand. I was looking for a missing survey marker. It was a brass disc set in concrete in 1972. It should have been exactly where my GPS indicated. Instead, I found something that did not belong in the middle of a national park. Standing in the center of a dry lake bed was a door. It was not a ruin. It was not a piece of debris from a plane crash. It was a heavy oak door set into a frame of polished black stone. There were no walls attached to it. There was no house. It stood alone in the sand like a monument. I approached the object with the caution of a man who has seen enough unexploded ordnance to be wary of anything unusual. I checked for power lines or hidden cables. There were none. The door was closed. The wood was dark and heavy with a grain that seemed to pulse when I looked at it too long. The handle was made of cold iron. I checked my coordinates again. I was 40 miles from the nearest paved road. I was 20 miles from the nearest structure. A door in the middle of a salt flat is a physical impossibility that requires a logical explanation. I assumed it was an art installation. People like to put strange things in the desert to see how long it takes for the wind to reclaim them. I circled the door. From the back, it looked exactly the same as it did from the front. It was a thin slab of matter standing on top of the sand. It did not have a shadow. I stopped moving when I realized that. The sun was directly overhead. Everything cast a shadow. The rocks cast shadow. My truck cast a shadow. I cast a shadow. The door did not. It was as if the light simply ignored its presence. I reached out to touch the handle. It was not hot. In 115-degree weather, metal should be painful to the touch. This iron was freezing. It was so cold that my skin stuck to it for a fraction of a second. I pulled back and looked at my hand. A thin layer of frost was melting on my palm. I took a deep breath of the dry air and tried to rationalize the situation. Perhaps it was a high-tech cooling experiment. Perhaps it was a prank. I gripped the handle again and turned it. The mechanism was silent. It did not creak. It did not groan. It moved with a smoothness that suggested it had been oiled recently. I pulled the door toward me. I expected to see the other side of the lake bed. I expected to see more sand and more heat waves. I was wrong. Beyond the frame was a city. It was not a city I recognized. The sky over the buildings was a deep, bruised purple. The architecture was made of white stone and glass that curved at impossible angles. I could smell the air coming through the doorway. It did not smell like sagebrush or dust. It smelled like rain and ozone and something sweet like rotting jasmine. I stood there for 5 minutes without moving. I looked around the edge of the door frame. On the left side was the Mojave Desert. On the right side was the Mojave Desert, but through the center of the frame was a metropolitan plaza filled with people. They were not looking at me. They were walking with purpose. They wore long coats of a shimmering material that changed color as they moved. I saw vehicles that drifted inches above the ground without making a sound. I saw trees with silver leaves that glowed with a soft internal light. I reached out a hand and felt the air. It was cool. It was humid. It was real. I looked down at the threshold. The transition between the sand and the white stone was as sharp as a knife. There was no blending, there was no fading. 1 inch was quartz sand and the next inch was polished marble. I did not enter. My training told me that entering an unknown environment without a backup or a radio signal was a death sentence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my heavy-duty survey camera. I took 42 photos of the city. I recorded 3 minutes of video. I captured the way the light reflected off the glass towers. I captured the sound of distant bells ringing in a language I could not understand. I wanted evidence. I needed to know that my mind was not breaking under the heat. I decided to test the physical boundary. I picked up a handful of desert sand and tossed it through the door. The sand did not fall onto the marble floor. As soon as it crossed the threshold, it vanished. It did not reappear on the other side of the door in the desert. It simply ceased to exist. I tried the opposite. I reached through the door and grabbed a small white pebble from the plaza. As soon as my fingers crossed back into the desert, the pebble turned into a puff of gray ash. The two worlds did not want to mix. They were incompatible. I heard a voice. It did not come from the city. It came from right behind me. It was my own voice. It said, "Do not go inside, Elias." I spun around. There was no one there. The desert was empty for miles. I looked back at the door. The city was still there. The people were still moving. Then I saw a man stop. He was wearing a silver coat. He turned his head and looked directly at me. He did not look surprised. He looked disappointed. He began to walk toward the door. His pace was steady. He did not run, he just walked. I felt a sudden surge of primal fear. This was not an art project. This was a predator. I slammed the door shut. The sound was like a gunshot echoing across the salt flat. I stood there with my heart hammering against my ribs. I waited for the door to open again. I waited for the man in the silver coat to burst through. Nothing happened. The door remained closed. I counted to 60. Then I reached out and grabbed the handle. I intended to open it just a crack to see if the city was still there. The handle would not move. I pulled with all my strength. I used my shoulder for leverage. The door was no longer a door. It was a solid wall. It felt like it was part of the earth itself. I walked around to the back. There was nothing but the black stone frame and the oak wood. I tried to kick it. My boot hit the wood and it felt like hitting a mountain. There was no give, there was no sound. I stayed at the site for 6 hours. I watched the sun go down. I watched the stars come out. I hoped that the change in light or temperature would trigger the opening again. It did not. The door sat in the moonlight looking like a tombstone. I checked my camera. I wanted to see the photos of the city. I wanted to prove to myself that I had seen the purple sky and the silver trees. I opened the digital gallery. Every single photo was black. The video file was corrupted. There was nothing but static and a faint sound that sounded like a man whispering my name over and over again. I returned to the office the next morning. I did not tell my supervisor about the city. I told him I found a strange structure in the Devil Throat and needed a crew to help me remove it. He laughed and told me that the budget did not allow for junk removal. I insisted. I told him it was a safety hazard. He finally agreed to send a team out with a flatbed truck on Thursday. When we arrived at the coordinates, the door was gone. There was no sign that it had ever been there. The sand was perfectly flat. There were no tracks. There was no indentation from the heavy stone frame. My coworkers looked at me like I was losing my mind. I searched for the brass survey marker that had been missing. I found it exactly where it was supposed to be. It was covered in a thin layer of dust that had not been disturbed in years. I went back to my apartment and sat in the dark. I could still smell the jasmine. I could still hear the bells. I began to research disappearances in the Mojave. I looked for stories of doors or cities in the sand. I found a report from 1954. A prospector claimed he found a golden gate in the middle of a canyon. He said he saw a world made of light. He went back with his brother the next day and found nothing. His brother said the prospector spent the rest of his life staring at the spot until he died of thirst. I found another report from 1988. A hiker disappeared near the Devil Throat. Her backpack was found 3 miles away. Inside the backpack was a single white pebble that had turned to ash. The police thought it was a strange kind of drug. They closed the case. I realized then that the door does not appear for everyone. It does not appear in the same place. It is a wandering anomaly. It is a glitch in the geography of our world. I began to have dreams about the man in the silver coat. In the dreams, he is standing on the other side of the door. He is holding it open for me. He does not speak. He just points to the purple sky. I wake up with the taste of ozone in my mouth. I have started to notice things in my daily life that do not belong. I saw a silver leaf on the floor of the grocery store. I saw a vehicle in my rearview mirror that did not have wheels. When I looked again, it was a normal sedan. The door only opens once for every witness. That is the rule I have deduced. It is a test or a trap. If you do not go in when it is open, you are marked. You become a ghost in your own world. You start to see the edges of the reality you chose to stay in. You realize that the walls of your life are thin and that there is something much larger and much colder right outside. I went back to the Devil Throat last weekend. I did not take my truck. I walked. I wanted to see if the door would come back if I was alone and vulnerable. I stood on the salt flat and waited. I spoke to the air. I said I am ready now. I said I want to see the city again. The only response was the wind. The desert did not care about my regret. The desert only keeps what it has already taken. I found a piece of iron in the sand. It was a handle. It was rusted and old. It was not cold. I picked it up and it crumbled in my hands. I realized then that the door is not made of wood and stone. It is made of intent. It is made of a specific moment in time that cannot be repeated. I had my chance to leave this world and I was too afraid to take it. Now I am stuck here watching the sky turn purple in my mind while the sun burns my skin. If you are ever in the desert and you see something that does not belong, do not stop to take photos. Do not try to be a professional witness. Do not look for a logical explanation. Logic does not exist in the empty places of the earth. If you find a door and it opens, you must make a choice. You can stay in the world you know and wonder what you missed for the rest of your life, or you can step through and hope that the city on the other side is better than the sand. I can hear the bells again as I write this. They are louder than they were before. They are coming from inside my house. I think the door is opening again, but it is not in the desert this time. It is in my hallway. I can smell the jasmine. I can see the purple light leaking under my bedroom door. I am not going to call the police. I am not going to call my supervisor. I am going to put on my coat and I am going to walk through. This is my final report. If you find this, do not look for me. Do not go to the Devil Throat. Stay on the paved roads. Stay where the shadows are real. The desert is not empty and the door only opens once. I am going to see if the man in the silver coat is still waiting. I hope he is. I do not want to be alone in the city of glass. I am opening the door now. It is cold. It is so very cold. The handle of my bedroom door did not resist. It felt like a block of dry ice against my palm. The sensation was a sharp contrast to the stagnant heat of the Mojave night that usually clung to the walls of my small apartment. I pulled the door toward me and the wooden frame of my hallway dissolved into a curtain of violet light. I stepped through the threshold. I did not look back at my bed or my unwashed coffee mugs or the stack of half-finished survey reports on my desk. I left the world of data entry and heat exhaustion behind me. The transition was instantaneous. The heavy pressure of the desert air vanished. It was replaced by a breeze that felt like silk against my face. I was standing on the edge of the great plaza I had seen through the frame in the Devil Throat. The ground beneath my boots was no longer sand. It was a single slab of white marble that stretched for miles in every direction. It was so polished that I could see the reflection of the bruised purple sky beneath my feet. There were no cracks in the stone. There were no weeds pushing through the surface. It was a perfect and terrifying expanse of geometry. I looked up at the towers. They did not have windows in the way that human buildings have windows. They were solid columns of translucent glass that seemed to grow out of the marble like giant crystals. Inside the glass, I could see movement. It looked like liquid fire flowing through silver veins. The light did not come from a sun or a moon. It radiated from the buildings themselves and from the silver leaves of the trees that lined the walkways. The trees were tall and spindly with bark that looked like hammered chrome. When the wind blew, the leaves made a sound like 1,000 tiny glass bells. The man in the silver coat was waiting for me. He stood 20 paces away near a fountain that flowed with a dark liquid that did not splash. He was taller than I remembered. His face was symmetrical and pale with eyes that were the color of the sky above us. He did not move as I approached. He did not smile. He simply watched me with a look of profound patience. I stopped 5 feet away from him. I wanted to ask him where I was. I wanted to ask him who he was. I wanted to ask him if I could ever go back. He spoke before I could find my voice. His words did not come from his mouth. They echoed inside my skull like a memory of a song. He told me that I had been expected. He told me that the door does not open for the curious or the brave. It opens for the displaced. He said that some people are born into the wrong geography and their lives are spent looking for the gap in the map. I was a surveyor of the earth because I was looking for the place where the earth ended. I had found it. I asked him if this was death. He did not answer directly. He said that death is a human concept for a change in state. He called this place the Meridian. It was a city built on the edge of the possible. It was a sanctuary for those who had seen the silver leaves in the grocery store and the vehicles without wheels. It was the reality that sat behind the thin veil of the Mojave. He told me that my world was a shadow cast by this one. The desert was just a place where the light was too bright to see the truth. He turned and began to walk toward the center of the plaza. I followed him because I had no other choice. My apartment was gone. My truck was gone. My name was a sound that no longer carried any weight. As we walked, I saw more of the inhabitants. They moved with a grace that made my own movements feel clumsy and heavy. None of them spoke aloud. The air was filled with a constant hum of telepathic chatter that I could not quite understand. It sounded like a radio station playing between the frequencies. We reached a bridge that arched over a canal of liquid shadow. The man stopped and pointed down at the water. I looked over the edge and saw images flickering in the dark depths. I saw the devil throat. I saw a team of men in tan uniforms standing around a patch of empty sand. I saw my supervisor holding a clipboard and looking at his watch. I saw them pack up their equipment and drive away. I saw my own apartment. The door to my bedroom was open and the room was empty. There was no sign of a struggle. There was no violet light. To the world I had left behind, I had simply ceased to exist. The man in the silver coat told me that I could not return to the shadow world. The white pebble turning to ash was a warning. Our physical matter is not compatible with the density of the meridian. If I tried to go back now, my body would disintegrate into the desert wind. I was a permanent resident of the city of glass. He offered me a coat made of the shimmering material. It felt light as air. When I put it on, I felt the weight of my bones vanish. The heat of the Mojave was finally gone. I was cold, but it was a cold that felt like a sharp clarity. He led me to a tall spire at the heart of the city. We ascended without a lift or stairs. We simply rose through the air as if the law of gravity had been repealed. We stood on a balcony that overlooked the entire metropolitan expanse. Beyond the city, there were no mountains and no oceans. There was only an endless plain of white marble under a purple sky. I realized then that the meridian was not a planet. It was a platform. It was a shelf in the library of the universe. I asked him what my purpose would be here. He told me that I was still a surveyor. The meridian is constantly expanding into the void. New towers are grown and new plazas are laid down every hour. My job was to walk the perimeter. I was to watch for the doors that opened into the shadow worlds. I was to be the one who waited on the other side. I was to be the man in the silver coat for the next person who found a door in a dry lake bed. I have been here for what feels like 100 years or perhaps only an hour. Time does not move in a straight line in the city of glass. I do not get hungry. I do not get tired. I spend my days walking the edge of the marble where the white stone meets the nothingness. I watch the purple sky for the flickering of the veil. Sometimes I see a glimpse of a green forest or a blue ocean or a red desert. I see people looking through the frame with terror and wonder in their eyes. I remember the smell of sagebrush. I remember the sound of a rattlesnake in the scrub. I remember the way the sun felt like a physical weight on my shoulders. Those memories are becoming thin like old paper. They are the only things I have left of Elias Thorne. The man I am now does not have a name. I am a shadow watcher. I am a guardian of the gate. Yesterday, I saw a woman standing in a field of yellow grass. She was holding a camera. She was looking at a door of oak and black stone that had appeared in the middle of her path. I walked toward the threshold. I did not run. I kept my pace steady. I looked at her through the frame. She looked exactly like I did on that Tuesday in late July. She was sweating and she was afraid and she was looking for a logical explanation. I stood by the fountain of dark liquid and waited for her to make her choice. I did not speak. I just pointed to the purple sky. I wanted to tell her that the world she knew was a graveyard of things the universe forgot it owned. I wanted to tell her that the desert was a lie and the city was the only truth. She reached out a hand to touch the handle. I saw the frost form on her skin. I saw her eyes widen as she felt the cold of the meridian. She did not enter. She pulled her hand back and ran away into the yellow grass. I watched the door slam shut. I felt a pang of sadness for her. She will go back to her life, and she will wonder why the shadows do not look right anymore. She will see the silver leaves and hear the bells, and she will spend the rest of her days looking for a gap in the map that will never appear again. She will die of thirst in a world that is too dry to sustain her soul. I turned away from the gate and looked out at the towers of glass. The liquid fire was pulsing with a deep rhythm. The bells were ringing in the silver trees. I am no longer afraid of the cold. I am no longer afraid of the dark. I am the senior field surveyor of the Meridian, and my job is to ensure that the physical reality of the city matches the records of the void. If a tower grows 2 inches, I measure the gap. If a door appears where there was none, I find out why. The man who was here before me has vanished into the violet light. I am the one who waits now. I am the one who watches the Mojave and the forests and the oceans for the displaced and the lost. I am the one who holds the handle of the freezing iron. If you are ever in the empty places of the earth and you see a door, do not be afraid. The man in the silver coat is me. I am waiting for you in the city of glass. I am waiting to show you the purple sky. Do not stay in the shadows. Step through the frame. It is cold, but it is beautiful. It is the only place where the world finally makes sense. I walked along the perimeter of the white marble for what might have been 10,000 years or 10 minutes. Time in the meridian does not function like the ticking of a quartz watch in a dusty pocket. It is a slow and heavy tide that does not wash away the shore. I watched the liquid fire pulse within the glass towers, and I felt the cold air settle into my lungs like fine diamond dust. The man in the silver coat had vanished into the violet haze of the central plaza, and I was left with the silence of the bells. I looked at my hands. The skin was pale and shimmering with a faint metallic sheen. I was no longer the man who drank lukewarm coffee in a government truck. I was a part of the architecture of the void. I approached the edge where the marble ended and the nothingness began. It was not a drop or a cliff. It was a transition of color from the solid white of the floor to a deep and infinite charcoal. I knelt down and touched the boundary. The marble was solid, but the charcoal space felt like static electricity against my fingertips. This was the raw material of the universe before it was shaped into mountains or oceans or strip malls. I realized that the city was a raft floating on a sea of unformed thought. My job was to ensure that the raft did not develop a leak. I stood up and began my first official patrol of the southern sector. The silver trees were swaying even though there was no wind. Each movement produced a chime that vibrated through my teeth. I reached out to touch a leaf, and it felt like a thin sheet of frozen mercury. It did not break, it did not bend, it simply existed in a state of perfect stillness. I looked past the trees toward a cluster of smaller spires that looked like needles piercing the purple sky. These were the archives. I felt a pull toward them. I wanted to know how many others had come through the doors. I wanted to know if the prospector from 1954 was still here or if he had faded into the light. I entered the smallest spire. There was no door to open. The glass simply parted like water as I walked toward it. Inside, the air was even colder. The interior was filled with floating spheres of amber light. Each sphere contained a memory or a record of a person who had seen the meridian. I reached out and touched a sphere that was hovering near my chest. I saw a man in a Victorian suit standing on a foggy pier in London. He was looking at a door of oak and black stone that had appeared on the surface of the Thames. He did not step through. He turned away and died of a fever 3 weeks later. I touched another sphere. I saw a young boy in a high-rise apartment in Tokyo looking at the violet light leaking from his closet. He stepped through and I saw him sitting in a Plaza 3 sectors to the north of my current position. He was carving a flute out of a silver branch. I understood then that the meridian was a collection of the lost. We were the people who did not fit the geometry of the world we were born into. We were the anomalies. I left the archive and continued my walk. I felt a sudden vibration in the marble beneath my boots. It was a low-frequency hum that made the liquid fire in the towers flicker. I knew what it meant. A door was opening somewhere in the shadow world. I closed my eyes and focused on the sensation. I felt the heat of a jungle. I smelled damp earth and rotting vegetation. I saw a door of black stone standing in a clearing in the Amazon. I moved toward the source of the vibration. I did not run, but the space between me and the gate seemed to contract. I arrived at the inner sanctum of the southern sector just as the violet light began to spill onto the jungle floor on the other side. I stood by a pillar of translucent glass and waited. A man emerged from the trees. He was carrying a machete and wearing a tattered shirt. He stopped when he saw the door. He dropped his tool and fell to his knees. He began to pray in a language I did not recognize. I watched him through the frame. I did not speak. I did not move. I simply waited to see if he was ready to leave the heat and the insects and the hunger behind. He looked at the purple sky of the meridian and his face transformed from terror to a strange kind of peace. He stood up and took a step toward the threshold. He reached out a hand and touched the cool marble. I saw the frost creep up his fingers. He flinched, but he did not pull away. He looked at me and our eyes met. I saw the desperation of a life spent in the mud. I saw the longing for a world that made sense. He stepped through the frame and the door slammed shut behind him. The sound was like a mountain falling into a canyon. He stood on the marble and began to shiver. I approached him and draped a silver coat over his shoulders. He did not ask who I was. He did not ask where we were. He simply looked at the glass towers and wept. I led him to the central plaza and showed him the fountains of dark liquid. I told him that he was no longer a prisoner of the shadow world. I told him that he was a resident of the city of glass. He asked me if there was work to be done. I told him that he would find his purpose in time. Some people become gardeners of the silver trees. Some become weavers of the silk light. Some become watchers of the gate. He sat by the fountain and watched the liquid fire flow through the veins of the buildings. I left him there and returned to my patrol. I have started to forget the names of the months. I have started to forget the sound of my own voice when it is used to speak aloud. In the meridian, communication is a matter of intent and resonance. I think of a question and the answer echoes back from the marble. I think of a location and the distance between me and the destination vanishes. I am no longer a man of 3 dimensions. I am a creature of the fold. I spend my intervals standing on the balcony of the great spire looking out at the void. I wonder how many doors are open at this very moment. I wonder if the desert of the Mojave is still burning under the sun. Sometimes I see the woman with the camera in my mind. I see her sitting in a dark room looking at a black photo of the city. I see her trying to explain to her friends why she is afraid of the smell of jasmine. I see her looking at the cracks in the sidewalk and hoping to see a glimpse of purple light. I feel a deep pity for her. She had the chance to step out of the shadow, and she chose to stay in the darkness. She is a ghost who thinks she is alive. I am a living being who the world thinks is dead. The city of glass is expanding. I can feel the marble growing beneath my feet. A new sector is forming to the west. It is a place of blue light and floating gardens. I have been assigned to survey the new territory. I will walk the perimeter and ensure that the geometry is sound. I will watch for the appearance of new doors. I will be the one who waits for the next surveyor or the next hiker or the next lost soul who finds the gap in the map. I found a brass survey marker embedded in the marble of the new sector today. It was not a marker from the Meridian. It was a marker from the Bureau of Land Management. It had my name on it. It was the marker I had been looking for in the Devil Throat. I realized then that the door does not just transport the person. It pulls in the fragments of the world that the person was most attached to. I picked up the marker and it felt heavy and real. It was a piece of the shadow world that had been transformed into a relic. I carried it to the archive and placed it in a sphere of amber light. It is the only thing left of the life of Elias Thorne. I do not feel the passage of time as a burden anymore. I feel it as a continuous note in a grand symphony. The bells in the silver trees are playing a melody that describes the birth of stars and the death of galaxies. I am a part of that melody. I am the silence between the notes. I am the shadow watcher. I am the man in the silver coat. If you find yourself in a place where the air smells of jasmine and the sky turns the color of a bruise, do not hesitate. The handle will be cold, but the city is warm. The desert is a lie, and the door only opens once. I am waiting for you on the marble. I am waiting to show you the truth of the Meridian. I am opening the door now. I am reaching out my hand. Step through the frame and leave the shadows behind. The city of glass is waiting, and the violet light is the only sun you will ever need. The horizon of the Meridian did not possess a sun or a moon to mark the passage of the hours. Instead, the purple sky deepened into a shade of bruised plum whenever the city grew and lightened into a pale lavender when the archives were accessed. I stood at the edge of the new sector where the marble was still soft like cooling wax. I pressed my palm against the surface and felt the vibration of 1,000 distant hearts. The man who had been a surveyor in the Mojave was a fading image in a cracked mirror. My thoughts were no longer bound by the need for oxygen or the fear of the heat. I was a part of the calculation that kept the glass towers from shattering against the pressure of the void. I walked toward the west where the floating gardens were beginning to crystallize. The plants here did not grow from seeds or soil. They were woven from the refracted light of the shadow worlds. I saw a rose made of blue flame and a vine that dripped silver liquid into a basin of carved obsidian. I touched a petal and felt a memory that did not belong to me. I saw a wedding in a rainy village in France. I heard the sound of an accordion and the laughter of children. The Meridian absorbed the beauty that the shadow world could no longer hold. It was a museum of the intangible. It was a repository for the moments that were too bright for the dull reality of the earth. A movement in the distance caught my eye. It was not the graceful glide of an inhabitant or the pulse of the liquid fire. It was a jagged and uneven motion. I moved toward it and felt the air grow heavy with the smell of ozone and wet pavement. A door had opened without my invitation. It was not a door of oak or stone. It was a tear in the fabric of the sky itself. I looked through the rift and saw a highway at midnight. The rain was lashing against the asphalt, and the headlights of a passing truck illuminated a woman standing on the shoulder of the road. She was shivering, and her clothes were soaked through. She was looking at the rift with a mixture of horror and longing. I stood on the marble and held out my hand. I did not speak because the hum of the city was enough to convey my intent. I wanted her to see the safety of the glass towers. I wanted her to feel the clarity of the cold. She took a step toward the rift and then stopped. She looked back at the highway and the dark woods beyond. She was tethered to the shadow world by 1,000 invisible threads of guilt and habit. I saw the frost begin to form on her eyelashes. The density of the meridian was already starting to pull at her atoms. If she did not enter soon, she would be torn apart by the transition. She reached out and her fingers brushed the edge of the white marble. I felt the shock of her mortality ripple through my own body. It was a sensation of heat and pain and frantic blood. It was everything I had forgot. I tightened my grip on the void and pulled. I did not use physical strength because I had none. I used the weight of the city. I used the gravity of the purple sky. She tumbled through the rift and landed on the marble. The tear in the sky vanished with a sound like a silk sheet being ripped in half. The silence of the meridian returned, and the only sound was the frantic gasping of the woman on the floor. I waited for her to breathe. I waited for the silver coat to manifest around her shoulders. It took 3 minutes for the transition to complete. Her wet clothes turned to ash and the shimmering material of the city wrapped itself around her skin. She looked up at me and her eyes were wide with a terror that was slowly turning into wonder. She asked me if this was the end. I told her that it was the beginning of the truth. I told her that the highway and the rain and the truck were just shadows cast by a flickering lamp. She stood up and her movements were already losing their heaviness. She was becoming a resident. I led her to the spire where the archives were kept. I wanted her to see that she was not alone. We passed the man from the Amazon who was now tending to a grove of glass trees. He nodded to us, but he did not speak. His eyes were the color of the purple sky and his skin was as pale as the marble. The woman followed me into the amber light of the archives. I showed her the spheres of memory. I showed her the history of the lost and the found. She touched a sphere and saw her own mother baking bread in a kitchen that smelled of cinnamon. She began to cry, but the tears did not fall to the ground. They floated in the air like tiny pearls of liquid light. I left her in the care of the archive and returned to the perimeter. My work was never finished because the void was infinite. The meridian was a shelf in a library that had no walls. I walked the edge of the charcoal space and looked for the next anomaly. I found a gap in the logic of the southern sector. A tower had grown at an angle that defied the laws of the city. It was leaning toward the void as if it wanted to fall into the nothingness. I placed my hands on the base of the tower and felt the disharmony. It was a residue of the world I had left behind. It was a knot of human regret that had found its way into the architecture. I focused my mind on the symmetry of the glass. I pictured the straight lines of the desert horizon and the perfect circle of the sun. I poured the memory of the Mojave into the foundation of the tower. I felt the glass groan and shift. The angle corrected itself, and the tower stood tall and straight against the purple sky. The hum of the city changed pitch and became a harmonious chord. I had repaired the leak. I had maintained the integrity of the raft. I felt a sense of satisfaction that was deeper than any reward I had received as a surveyor for the government. I have forgotten the taste of water. I have forgotten the feeling of sleep. These are biological necessities that have no place in a world of pure state. I am a machine of observation. I am a lens through which the universe looks at itself. I spend my intervals thinking about the man who was here before me. I wonder if he is now a part of the violet light or if he has moved on to a different shelf in the library. I wonder if I will one day vanish into the atmosphere of the city and leave my silver coat for the next person who finds a door in a dry lake bed. The woman from the highway found me on the balcony of the spire. She had spent 10 years or 10 seconds in the archives, and her transformation was nearly complete. She told me that she remembered the name of the road where she had been standing. She told me it was called Route 66. I told her that names are just sounds we use to pretend we understand the geography of the shadows. She looked out at the endless plain of white marble and asked me what lay beyond the horizon. I told her that there was nothing but the potential for more city. I told her that we were the ones who created the horizon by walking toward it. We stood together and watched the liquid fire pulse in the distance. I felt a connection to her that was not based on blood or history. It was a connection of shared displacement. We were the two people who had seen the silver leaves and had the courage to follow the trail. I told her that she would soon be assigned a sector to watch. I told her that she would become a guardian of the gate. She asked me if I ever missed the sun. I thought about the heat of the Mojave and the way the light made the sand look like gold. I thought about the smell of sagebrush after a storm. I told her that I did not miss the sun because I was no longer the man who needed it to see. The bells in the silver trees began to ring with a new intensity. A door was opening in a forest of pine trees. I felt the vibration in my marrow. I looked at the woman and she nodded. She was ready to witness the arrival of the next soul. We moved toward the portal and I felt the air grow crisp with the scent of needles and cold earth. I saw a man in a red jacket walking through the woods. He was carrying a compass and a map. He stopped when he saw the door of oak and black stone standing between two ancient trees. He looked at the compass and saw the needle spinning in circles. He looked at the map and saw a blank space where the forest should be. I stood by the threshold and waited. I did not point to the sky. I did not offer a hand. I simply existed in the space between the worlds. The man in the red jacket looked through the frame and saw the city of glass. He saw the purple sky and the towers of liquid fire. He saw the woman and me standing on the white marble. He did not run away. He did not pray. He took a pen from his pocket and marked the spot on his map. He was a surveyor, too. He stepped through the door and the forest vanished. He stood on the marble and looked at his map. The paper was turning to ash in his hands. He watched the fragments blow away into the violet haze and he smiled. I gave him a silver coat and led him toward the center of the plaza. The cycle was continuing. The meridian was growing. The library was adding a new page. I walked back to the edge of the marble and looked out at the charcoal space. I am the senior field surveyor of the meridian and my job is to ensure that the physical reality of the city matches the records of the void. I am the one who watches the shadows. I am the one who holds the key to the glass. If you are lost in the empty places of the earth and you see a door, do not turn back. The world you know is a ghost and the city is the only thing that is real. Step into the cold. Step into the light. I am waiting for you at the end of the map. The marble beneath my feet felt more solid than any earth I had ever trodden. It was a foundation built on the absolute. I continued my patrol through the northern sector where the towers were shaped like frozen waves. The liquid fire here was a deep emerald green and it moved with a slow and rhythmic grace. I saw a group of inhabitants sitting in a circle near a fountain. They were sharing a thought that was so complex it made the air shimmer with gold sparks. I did not join them because my purpose was different. I was the watcher. I was the one who stood on the boundary. I reached the point where the northern sector met the raw void. The charcoal space was swirling with unformed shapes. I saw the outline of a mountain range that would never be climbed and the shadow of a city that would never be built. This was the graveyard of possibilities. I stood at the edge and felt the pull of the nothingness. It was not a hostile force. It was simply the absence of definition. I realized that the meridian was a lighthouse in a sea of static. We were the ones who gave the universe a shape. We were the architects of the possible. I looked back at the city and saw the spires reaching for the purple sky. I saw the silver trees in the floating gardens. I saw the archives where the memories of the lost were kept safe. I felt a deep sense of peace. I was no longer Elias Thorne, the man who was afraid of the dark. I was a part of the light. I was the guardian of the gate. I turned my gaze back to the shadow worlds and waited. I waited for the next flicker of the veil. I waited for the next person who would find the door. I am the one who waits. I am the one who watches. I am the man in the silver coat, and I am not alone. The city is full of us, and we are all waiting for you. The sky turned a deep indigo as the city prepared for a new expansion. I felt the marble shift and grow. I saw a new plaza forming to the east. It was a place of white stone and blue fire. I walked toward it and felt the air grow even colder. I was the first one to step onto the new ground. I was the one who would define the boundaries. I looked out at the void and saw a door appearing in a field of snow. I moved toward the threshold and waited. I saw a child standing in the drifts looking at the violet light. I held out my hand and the child took it. The transition was seamless. The child stood on the marble and looked at the silver trees. There was no fear in his eyes, only recognition. I led the child to the center of the city and gave him to the woman from the highway. She took his hand and led him toward the gardens. I returned to my post. The work was infinite and the time was an illusion. I am the surveyor of the end of the earth, and I have found the place where the map stops. I am home. The purple sky is my ceiling and the white marble is my floor. The liquid fire is my blood and the bells are my voice. I am the meridian and the meridian is me. If you see the silver leaves, do not look away. If you hear the bells, do not cover your ears. The door is open and the city is waiting. Step through the frame and find the truth. The desert is gone and the cold is beautiful. I will be there to meet you. I will be the one in the silver coat. I will be the one who tells you that you are finally safe. The expansion of the eastern quadrant continued with a sound that resembled the humming of 1,000 bees. I stood upon the fresh marble and watched as the blue fire licked at the edges of the charcoal void. It was my duty to measure the stability of these new foundations. I walked to the very brink of the existence where the white stone gave way to the absolute nothingness of the unmade. I knelt and placed my palms against the surface. The vibration was steady and rhythmic, like the breathing of a giant. The logic of the meridian was holding. The geometry was perfect and the angles were true. I stood up and adjusted the silver coat around my shoulders. The material felt like a second skin. It was light and warm, and it shimmered with the reflected glow of the indigo sky. I turned my attention to the horizon of the shadow world. I saw a flicker of movement in the distance of the void. It was a shape that did not belong to the city or the nothingness. It was a jagged outline of a mountain peak covered in ice. I recognized it from the memories stored in the archive. It was a fragment of the Himalayas. The meridian was reaching out and pulling in a piece of the earth that was dying. I watched as the snow and rock were transformed into glass and silver. The transition was violent and beautiful. The air screamed with the sound of grinding tectonic plates and then fell silent as the mountain became a spire of translucent obsidian. The new spire was taller than any other structure in the city. It reached toward the indigo sky like a finger pointing at a forgotten god. I walked toward the base of the tower and felt the temperature drop even further. The air was thin and sharp. I saw a man standing at the entrance of the obsidian spire. He was wearing a heavy parka and carrying a climbing axe. His face was burned by the sun and scarred by the wind. He looked at me with eyes that were still searching for a summit. I did not speak. I simply pointed toward the interior of the city where the silver trees were ringing their bells. He dropped his axe and the metal shattered into 1,000 shards of light. He walked past me and I felt the heat of his physical exertion fade away. He was becoming a part of the stillness. I followed the man for a short distance to ensure he reached the gardens. I saw the woman from the highway waiting for him. She had taken on the role of a guide for the newly arrived. She spoke to him in a voice that was like the rustling of silk. I left them and returned to my survey. The city was not just a place of refuge. It was a living organism that required constant maintenance. I found a hairline fracture in the marble near the obsidian spire. It was a small flaw, but in the meridian, a small flaw could lead to a total collapse of the local reality. I reached into the air and pulled a thread of violet light from the sky. I wove the light into the crack and felt the stone knit itself back together. The repair was seamless. The passage of the hours was marked by the changing shades of the sky. The indigo deepened into a black that was so intense it felt like a physical weight. This was the time of the great silence. The bells in the trees stopped ringing and the liquid fire slowed to a crawl. I sat on a bench made of carved sapphire and looked up at the void. I thought about the man I had been. I remembered the heat of the desert and the way the sweat felt on my skin. I remembered the taste of cold water and the sound of the wind in the dry grass. These memories were like old photographs that had been left in the sun. They were fading and yellowed. They no longer had the power to make me feel longing or regret. I was a creature of the meridian now. I was a part of the calculation. I heard a soft footstep behind me. I did not turn around because I knew the rhythm of the gait. It was the woman from the highway. She sat down beside me and looked at the black sky. She told me that the child had found a place in the archive. She told me that the child was happy because he could see his parents whenever he touched the amber spheres. I told her that happiness was a human concept that did not translate well to the city. I told her that the child was experiencing a state of equilibrium. She nodded and said that it felt like the same thing to her. We sat in silence for a long time. There was no need for words in the dark. We were 2 points of consciousness connected by a shared destiny. The sky began to lighten into a pale violet. The great silence was over. I stood up and prepared for the next round of surveys. I felt a strange pulse in the ground beneath my feet. It was not the steady vibration of the city. It was a frantic and uneven beat. I looked toward the western sector and saw a cloud of gray dust rising from the marble. I ran toward the disturbance and felt the air grow hot and thick. This was not supposed to happen. The meridian was a place of absolute order. I reached the edge of the western sector and saw a hole in the floor of the city. The marble had been torn away and I could see the shadow world through the gap. I looked down and saw a battlefield. I saw smoke and fire and the flash of explosions. I heard the screams of men and the roar of engines. The war of the shadow world was trying to break into the city. The violence was so intense that it was burning through the fabric of the reality. I saw a young soldier lying on the ground near the hole. He was holding his side and his face was contorted in pain. He looked up and saw me. He reached out a hand that was covered in blood and dirt. I felt a surge of ancient fear. If the war entered the city, the glass would shatter and the violet light would be extinguished. I knelt at the edge of the hole and reached out my hand. I did not want to pull him in. I wanted to close the gap, but as our fingers touched, I felt the weight of his suffering. It was a heavy and dark thing that threatened to pull me down into the mud. I looked into his eyes and saw the reflection of 1,000 years of human cruelty. I saw the reason why the meridian existed. It was a sanctuary from the madness of the shadows. I gripped his hand and pulled with all of my will. I did not use the gravity of the city. I used the strength of my own memory. I pulled him through the gap and onto the white marble. The hole in the floor vanished as soon as the soldier was inside. The marble sealed itself and the heat of the battlefield was replaced by the cool air of the city. The soldier lay on the ground and gasped for air. His blood was turning into silver liquid and his wounds were closing. I watched as his olive-green uniform dissolved into ash. The silver coat formed around him like a cocoon. He looked around the city and began to sob. His tears were like diamonds falling on the stone. I stood over him and waited. I knew that it would take a long time for him to forget the sounds of the guns. I led the soldier to a quiet corner of the gardens where the blue roses grew. I told him to sit by the fountain of liquid light. I told him that the war was over and that he was safe. He looked at his hands and saw that they were clean and pale. He asked me if he was dead. I told him that death was a word used by people who did not understand the nature of the door. I told him that he was alive in a way that he had never been before. He closed his eyes, and I could see the tension leaving his body. He was starting to drift into the state of equilibrium. I returned to the archive to record the incident. I found the sphere that contained the memory of the battlefield. It was a dark and swirling orb that pulsed with a red light. I placed it in a special chamber at the very bottom of the spire. It was a place for the memories that were too heavy to be shared. I did not want the other inhabitants to see the violence of the shadows. I wanted them to remain in the peace of the glass. I felt a sense of heavy responsibility. I was not just a surveyor, I was a protector. I was the one who stood between the light and the dark. The city continued to grow. Every day a new sector was added and a new door was opened. I saw people from every corner of the earth and every period of history. I saw a woman in a Victorian dress and a man in a space suit. I saw a king and a beggar standing side by side on the white marble. They were all the same in the eyes of the Meridian. They were all souls who had found the gap in the map. They were all residents of the city of glass. I watched them as they moved through the streets, and I felt a sense of pride. This was the world we had built from the fragments of the old one. I found myself standing at the edge of the southern sector one evening. The sky was the color of a bruised plum and the air smelled of jasmine. I looked out at the charcoal space and saw a single point of light in the distance. It was not the blue fire of the city or the red flash of a battlefield. It was a warm and yellow light like a candle in a window. I watched it for a long time and felt a strange sensation in my chest. It was a feeling of curiosity. I wondered what lay beyond the charcoal space. I wondered if there were other cities like the Meridian. I wondered if the library had other shelves. I took a step toward the edge of the marble. I felt the pull of the void. It was stronger than it had ever been. I realized that I was no longer afraid of the nothingness. I was a part of it. I was a creature of the boundary. I looked back at the city and saw the woman from the highway watching me from a balcony. She did not call out to me. She did not try to stop me. She understood. I had finished my work in the Meridian. I had surveyed every inch of the marble and mapped every spire of the glass. It was time for me to move on to the next sector of the infinite. I turned back to the point of yellow light and took another step. My foot did not find the solid marble. It found the empty air. I did not fall. I floated in the charcoal space like a seed on the wind. I felt the silver coat dissolve into a cloud of glowing particles. I felt the memories of Elia's thorn vanish into the dark. I was no longer a man or a surveyor or a guardian. I was a thought moving through the mind of the universe. I looked back one last time and saw the Meridian shrinking into a tiny spark of violet light. It was a beautiful and fragile thing. The yellow light grew larger and warmer as I approached. I saw a house made of wood and stone standing on a hill of green grass. I saw a woman sitting on the porch and a dog sleeping in the sun. It was a world that was simple and solid and real. It was a world that did not need a surveyor or a guardian. I felt a sense of profound joy. I had found the place where the map began. I reached out a hand that was made of light and touched the wooden gate. I felt the texture of the grain and the warmth of the sun. I was no longer the silence between the notes. I was the song itself. I walked up the path toward the house. The woman on the porch looked up and smiled. She did not seem surprised to see a man made of light walking through her garden. She stood up and held out her hand. I took it and felt the heat of her blood and the strength of her bones. I was home. The journey was over and the truth was simple. The city of glass was a bridge and the violet light was a guide. The destination was always the same. It was the place where we were loved and where we belonged. I stepped onto the porch and the door opened into a room filled with the smell of baking bread and the sound of laughter. I looked back at the hill and saw the charcoal space fading away. The Meridian was gone and the silver trees were a dream. I was a man again. I had a name and a history and a future. I sat down at the table and looked at the faces of the people I loved. I realized then that the door does not just lead to a sanctuary, it leads to the heart of everything. The desert was a lie and the city was a path, but this was the truth. I picked up a piece of bread and tasted the salt and the wheat. It was the best thing I had ever eaten. I was alive. I was a living being who the world thought was dead, but I was finally truly awake. The sun began to set behind the green hills. The sky turned a soft shade of orange and gold. I sat on the porch and watched the stars come out. They were not the cold points of light from the meridian. They were the warm and distant fires of a billion suns. I felt a sense of connection to everything in the universe. I was a part of the grand symphony, and every note was perfect. I closed my eyes and listened to the sound of the wind in the trees. It was a melody that I had known my whole life, but was only now beginning to understand. I was at peace. I do not know how long I stayed in that house on the hill. Time did not exist in the way I had once understood it. It was a continuous, present, and eternal moment of grace. I spent my days working in the garden and my nights talking with the people I loved. We spoke of the things that mattered: the beauty of the world, the strength of the human spirit, the infinite capacity for love. I never thought about the meridian or the silver coat or the purple sky. Those were the shadows of a previous life, and I had stepped into the light. One afternoon, I was walking in the woods behind the house. I found a small stream that bubbled over smooth stones. I sat on the bank and watched the water flow. I saw a reflection in the surface of a pool. It was not my own face. It was the face of a man in a red jacket. He was looking at a map and a compass. He looked lost and afraid. I realized then that I had one more task to perform. I was the one who had found the way, and I had to help others find it too. I reached into the water and touched the reflection. The man in the red jacket looked up. He saw me standing on the bank of the stream. I was no longer a man made of light. I was a man in a simple linen shirt and trousers. I held out my hand and smiled. I told him that he did not need the map or the compass. I told him that the way was easy if he just followed his heart. He looked at me with wonder, and then he took my hand. He stepped across the stream and into the green grass of the hill. He looked at the house and the garden and the sun, and he began to cry. I told him that he was safe. I told him that he was home. We walked back to the house together. The woman on the porch welcomed him with a hug and a glass of cold water. He sat down and told us his story. He spoke of the forest and the door of oak and stone. He spoke of the city of glass and the man in the silver coat. I listened to him and I felt a sense of closure. The cycle was complete. The surveyor had become the guide and the guide had become the host. We were all a part of the same journey, and we were all heading toward the same light. The sun went down and the stars came out. We sat on the porch and watched the fireflies dance in the grass. The man in the red jacket looked at the sky and said that he had never seen anything so beautiful. I told him that the beauty was always there, we just had to learn how to see it. He nodded and closed his eyes. He was finally at rest. I looked at the woman beside me and took her hand. I felt the warmth of her skin and the beat of her heart. I knew that I would never be alone again. The world is a complex and mysterious place. There are doors in the desert and cities in the void. There are silver trees and liquid fire and violet light. But in the end, all of those things are just signposts on the road. They are the shadows we walk through on our way to the truth. And the truth is that we are all connected, we are all loved, and we are all going home. I am Elias Thorne, and I am no longer a man in a silver coat. I am a man in a house on a hill, and I am waiting for you. When you find the door, do not hesitate. Step through the frame and leave the shadows behind. The light is waiting, and it is the only sun you will ever need. I walked to the edge of the porch and looked out at the dark hills. I could see the faint glow of the meridian in the distance, but it no longer held any power over me. It was just a memory, a part of the story. I turned back to the house and saw the light in the window. It was warm and inviting, and it smelled of home. I stepped inside and closed the door. The journey was over. I was finally where I was supposed to be. The silence was gone, and the song was loud and clear. I was alive, and I was happy, and I was home. The wooden floorboards under my feet felt solid and certain. I spent many seasons in that house on the hill where the grass always smelled of rain and clover. My hands became rough with the work of the soil, and my skin grew dark under a sun that never burned but only warmed. I learned the names of the birds that nested in the eaves, and the way the shadows of the oaks lengthened across the valley as the day turned toward evening. The woman who lived there was named Sarah, and the man in the red jacket was named Thomas. We did not speak of our past lives as one speaks of a burden. We spoke of them as one speaks of a long and difficult road that has finally reached a meadow. We shared meals of roasted vegetables and fresh bread, and the water from the well was colder and sweeter than any liquid fire or silver mist. One morning I woke before the others. The light in the room was a soft amber and the air was still. I walked to the window and looked out at the horizon. The green hills rolled away into a distance that felt infinite yet intimate. I realized that the house was not just a place but a state of being. It was the conclusion of the calculation that had begun in the desert and continued through the city of glass. I stepped out onto the porch and felt the dew on the wood. I walked down the path toward the garden where the tomatoes were ripening on the vine. I felt a sense of deep gratitude for the simple physics of the world. I liked the way the dirt felt under my fingernails and the way my muscles ached after a day of hauling stones to mend the fence. These were the sensations of a man who was no longer a ghost in a machine. As I worked in the garden, I saw a movement near the edge of the woods. It was a flicker of something that did not belong in the green world. It was a spark of violet light. I stood up and wiped the sweat from my brow. I felt a momentary ripple of the old duty. The surveyor in me wanted to reach out and mend the air, but the man in me knew better. I watched as the light expanded and then contracted until a small figure stepped out from between the trees. It was a child wearing a coat of woven silk that shimmered with the colors of a bruised plum. He looked around with eyes that were wide and full of a quiet terror. I dropped my trowel and walked toward him. I did not run because I did not want to frighten him. I moved with the steady pace of someone who knows that time is no longer an enemy. The child saw me and froze. He was holding a small wooden horse that looked as though it had been carved by someone who loved him very much. I knelt in the tall grass a few feet away from him. I told him that he was safe. I told him that the forest was kind and that the house on the hill had plenty of room. He looked at the house and then back at me. He asked if this was the place where the bells stopped ringing. I told him that the only bells here were the ones that hung from the collars of the goats, and they only rang when they were hungry. He took a step toward me, and I saw that his shoes were worn through at the toes. He had walked a long way through the shadows to find this patch of sunlight. I reached out my hand and he took it. His fingers were cold, but his grip was firm. I led the child back to the house. Sarah was on the porch, and she had already poured a glass of milk and set out a plate of honey cakes. She did not ask who he was or where he came from. She simply pulled out a chair and invited him to sit. Thomas came out from the barn and ruffled the hair of the boy. We sat together in the warmth of the morning and watched the child eat. He told us that his name was Julian and that he had come from a place where the sky was always gray and the ground was always hard. He spoke of a great wall and a gate made of iron. He said that he had found a crack in the wall and followed a trail of purple flowers until he reached the stream. I knew the path he described. It was the same one I had taken, but seen through the eyes of a child. As the weeks passed, Julian became a part of our small community. He helped Thomas in the barn and he helped Sarah in the kitchen. He no longer looked back at the woods with fear. He started to forget the gray sky and the iron gate. His memories were being replaced by the smell of hay and the taste of apples. I watched him and I understood that the work of the meridian was still happening, but in a different way. The city of glass was a way station for the weary, but the house on the hill was the final destination. We were the keepers of the hearth, and our task was to ensure that the flame never went out. We were the living proof that the journey had a purpose. One evening after Julian had gone to sleep, I sat on the porch with Sarah. The stars were bright and the air was cool. I asked her if she ever missed the world she had left behind. She looked at me and smiled. She said that she did not miss the world because she had brought the best parts of it with her. She said that the world was not a place of stone and steel, but a collection of moments and people. She told me that she had been a teacher in a city that was loud and crowded, and she had spent her life trying to show her students that there was beauty in the small things. She said that here she did not have to teach it because the beauty was everywhere. I realized then that Sarah had been a guide long before she ever reached the highway or the city of glass. She was a natural inhabitant of the light. I thought about my own past as Elias Thorne. I remembered the desert and the way I had searched for the door with a desperation that had nearly consumed me. I remembered the man in the silver coat who had surveyed the marble with a cold and precise mind. I saw now that the meridian had been a necessary transition. It had stripped away the heat and the noise so that I could hear the song. It had prepared me for the silence so that I could appreciate the music of the house on the hill. I was no longer a creature of the calculation because the calculation had been solved. The answer was not a number or a formula. The answer was the feeling of Sarah's hand in mine and the sound of Julian laughing in the garden. The peace of the house was interrupted only once. It happened on a day when the sky was unusually clear and the wind was blowing from the north. I was down by the stream when I felt a sudden drop in temperature. The water stopped flowing and the birds went silent. I looked up and saw a tear in the sky. It was not a violet spark or a red flash. It was a jagged line of pure white that looked like a crack in a porcelain bowl. I felt a surge of the old fear. I thought that perhaps the shadow world had finally found us. I thought that the war was coming to claim the meadow. I stood my ground and waited for the darkness to emerge. But the darkness did not come. Instead, a woman stepped through the crack. She was tall and slender, and she wore a dress that seemed to be made of starlight. Her hair was the color of spun gold, and her eyes were the color of the deep ocean. She looked at me, and I felt as though she was seeing into the very center of my soul. She did not speak with her mouth, but I heard her voice in my mind. She told me that she was the architect. She told me that she was the one who had imagined the meridian and the highway and the desert. She said that she had come to see the man who had walked through the door and refused to stop at the city of glass. I asked her why she had created such a complex and difficult path. I asked her why there had to be so much suffering and so much loss. She walked toward me and her feet did not crush the grass. She said that the path was not created by her but by the choices of the souls who walked it. She said that the meridian was a reflection of the human need for order, and the shadow world was a reflection of the human capacity for chaos. She told me that the house on the hill was the only place that was truly hers because it was the place where the choices ended and the life began. She said that she was proud of me for finding the yellow light in the charcoal space. The architect looked at the house and the garden. She saw Sarah and Thomas and Julian standing on the porch. She smiled and the white crack in the sky began to heal. She said that her work was finished in this sector and that she would not return. She told me that I was now the master of my own reality. She said that the house would stay as long as we needed it and the hills would remain green as long as we loved them. She turned back to the fading light and disappeared. The stream began to flow again and the birds resumed their song. I stood by the water for a long time and thought about what she had said. I realized that the house was not a gift from a god, but a creation of our own collective will. We had built it with our hope and our memory and our love. I walked back up the hill and joined the others on the porch. I did not tell them about the architect or the white crack in the sky. It did not matter. What mattered was the smell of the pine trees and the sound of the wind. We sat together as the sun went down and the stars came out. I felt a sense of profound belonging. I was no longer a surveyor of the glass or a traveler of the desert. I was a man who had found his place in the universe. I was home and the door was closed behind me. The long night was over and the morning was eternal. As the years passed, if years could even be said to exist in such a place, the house grew and changed. We added a room for Julian as he grew taller, and we built a workshop for Thomas where he could carve furniture from the fallen timber of the woods. Sarah planted an orchard of peach and pear trees that bloomed with a fragrance so sweet it felt like a physical embrace. We lived in a rhythm that was dictated by the seasons of the heart. We celebrated the harvest and we gathered around the fire in the winter. We told stories of the worlds we had known, but they felt like stories told by strangers. We were the new people and we were writing a new history. I often thought about the man I had pulled from the battlefield. I wondered if he was still sitting by the fountain of liquid light in the city of glass. I hoped that he would one day see the yellow light in the distance and have the courage to step into the void. I hoped that everyone in the meridian would eventually find their way to a house on a hill, but I knew that everyone had to walk their own path at their own pace. Some people needed the stillness of the marble for 1,000 years before they were ready for the warmth of the sun. Some people needed the archive and the amber spheres to heal the wounds of their history. I was just one of the lucky ones who had seen the candle in the window and followed it. One day Julian came to me and asked what was beyond the hills. He was a young man now with strong shoulders and a steady gaze. I told him that beyond the hills was whatever he could imagine. I told him that the world was as large or as small as he wanted it to be. He looked out at the horizon and said that he wanted to see if there were other houses and other gardens. He said that he felt a pull to explore the green world. I felt a pang of sadness at the thought of him leaving, but I also felt a sense of joy. He was the first of us who was not running away from something. He was moving towards something. He was the child of the light. We watched from the porch as Julian walked down the path and disappeared into the valley. He carried a small pack and the wooden horse his father had carved for him. He did not look back because he knew that we would always be there. He was going to find his own meadow and his own truth. Sarah put her arm around me and I felt the strength of her spirit. She said that he would be fine because he knew how to find his way home. We stayed on the porch until the sun went set and the first stars appeared. I knew that the story would continue in 1,000 different directions and 1,000 different worlds. But for now, for this moment, the song was enough. I was Elias Thorne and I was at peace. The light was steady and the door was open to anyone who was brave enough to seek it. I closed my eyes and listened to the breath of the world, and it was good. The departure of Julian left a quiet space in the house that was not empty, but rather filled with a new kind of resonance. It was the silence of a seed that had been planted and had finally broken through the soil to reach for the sky. Sarah and I spent the following days tending to the tasks that Julian had once handled with such youthful energy. We gathered the eggs from the coop, and we brushed the coats of the goats until they shone like polished pewter. The sun continued its steady arc across the heavens, and the seasons seemed to blend into a singular moment of grace. I found that my thoughts often drifted back to the city of glass and the man in the silver coat. I realized that the man I had been was not a separate entity, but a necessary layer of my soul. He was the one who had measured the distance so that I could appreciate the arrival. He was the one who had felt the cold so that I could cherish the heat of the hearth. One afternoon, while I was sharpening a scythe in the shade of the large oak tree, I felt a change in the pressure of the air. It was a subtle shift, like the indrawn breath of a giant. I looked toward the stream and saw that the water had turned a deep shade of indigo. A woman was standing on the far bank. She was not like the architect or Sarah. She wore a heavy cloak of dark wool, and her face was lined with the maps of 1,000 sorrows. She carried a staff made of twisted rowan wood, and she looked at the house with a mixture of longing and hesitation. I set down the scythe and walked toward the water. I did not feel the need to call out to her. In this place, the heart spoke before the tongue could move. I reached the edge of the stream and waited for her to look at me. The woman raised her eyes, and I saw that they were the color of autumn leaves. She asked if this was the place where the debt was paid. I told her that there were no debts in this valley and there were no ledgers kept by the spirits. I told her that the only thing she owed was a moment of rest to her own tired feet. She looked at the green grass and then at the clear water. She said that she had been walking for 70 years through a wasteland of mirrors and smoke. She said that she had forgotten the sound of her own name. I stepped across the stones in the stream and reached out my hand. I told her that names were just sounds we used to find each other in the dark, but here the light knew exactly who she was. She took my hand and her skin felt like dry parchment. I led her across the water and into the garden. Sarah met us at the gate with a basin of warm water and a clean towel. She washed the dust from the hands of the woman and she gave her a pair of soft leather slippers. We sat on the porch and the woman told us that her name was Martha. She had been a healer in a time of great sickness, and she had lost her children to the very plague she had tried to fight. She had wandered into the desert of the door because she could no longer bear the weight of the silence in her own home. She spoke of the silver trees and the way they hummed with the voices of the dead. She said that she had almost stayed in the forest of whispers because she thought she heard her daughter calling to her. I told her that the forest was a mirror of our own grief and that the voices were only the echoes of what we were afraid to leave behind. Martha stayed with us for 3 months. During that time, she taught Sarah the secrets of the herbs that grew wild on the northern slope of the hill. She showed us how to press the oil from the lavender and how to dry the roots of the chicory for a bitter and strengthening brew. As she worked, the lines on her face began to soften. The bitterness in her soul was being washed away by the constant rhythm of the rain and the sun. She realized that she did not have to carry the deaths of her children as a crown of thorns. She could carry them as a memory of love. One morning, she woke up and said that she was ready to go. She did not want to go back to the shadows, but she felt a calling to find the others who were lost in the forest of whispers. She wanted to be a lantern for those who were still trapped in the mirrors. We packed a bag for her with bread and dried fruit and a small flask of the sweet well water. I gave her the staff of rowan wood which I had polished until it gleamed. She hugged us both and walked down the hill toward the woods. She did not look like a woman of 70 years anymore. She moved with the steady grace of a person who has a purpose. I watched her until she was a small dark speck against the green, and then she was gone. I knew that she would find the ones who were crying in the dark, and she would show them the way to the stream. The house on the hill was becoming a center of a vast and invisible web. We were the hub, and the travelers were the spokes. As the years stretched onward, I noticed that the house itself seemed to breathe with us. The wood of the walls grew warmer to the touch, and the windows seemed to capture the light of the stars even on the darkest nights. Thomas spent his days building a library in the attic. He did not use paper or ink. He used small stones that he had gathered from the stream. He said that each stone held a story, and if you held it to your ear, you could hear the life of the person who had once owned it. He had stones for the soldiers and stones for the poets and stones for the mothers who had given everything for their children. He was creating an archive that was not made of glass or light, but of the very bones of the earth. I spent my evenings sitting with Sarah and listening to the music of the valley. We did not need instruments. The wind in the pines provided the melody, and the heartbeat of the earth provided the drum. We spoke of the mystery of the light and the way it seemed to come from within the objects rather than from an external source. I realized that the architect had been right. We were the creators of this reality. If we felt peace, the world was peaceful. If we felt love, the flowers bloomed with a deeper color. The responsibility of such power was immense, but it did not feel like a burden. It felt like a song that we were learning to sing in perfect harmony. There was a day when the sun did not rise in the usual way. Instead, the entire sky turned a soft shade of rose and the air smelled of ozone and honey. I walked out to the edge of the porch and saw a figure standing in the middle of the meadow. It was a man wearing a red jacket that was torn and faded. He was looking at his own hands with a sense of profound confusion. I recognized him immediately. It was the version of myself that had first stepped through the door of oak and stone. It was the man who had not yet become the guide or the host. He was the seeker who was still covered in the dust of the world. I walked down the hill to meet him. He looked up and his eyes were full of the same terror I had seen in Julian and Martha. He asked me if he was dead. I told him that death was just a word used by people who were afraid of change. I told him that he was more alive now than he had ever been in the city of glass or the desert of the door. He looked at the house and asked if he was allowed to enter. I told him that the door was never locked and the table was always set. I took his hand and I felt the tremor in his fingers. I was touching my own past and I felt a great wave of compassion for the man I had once been. I led him up the hill and Sarah was there with a glass of cold water. The man in the red jacket sat on the porch and wept for 3 days. He wept for the things he had seen and the things he had done. He wept for the coldness of the silver coat and the loneliness of the calculation. We did not try to stop him. We let the tears flow until they had washed away the last of the gray ash from his soul. On the 4th day, he stood up and asked if there was work to be done. I gave him a shovel and showed him where we were digging a new pond for the ducks. He worked with a silent intensity, and I saw the transformation begin. The circle was closing again, but this time it was different. He was not replacing me. He was joining me. We became a family of 4, Thomas and Sarah and the 2 versions of Elias. We did not find it strange to look into the face of our own history. It was like looking into a mirror that showed the truth instead of the surface. The younger Elias learned the language of the birds, and the older Elias learned the language of the stones. We shared the labor, and we shared the joy. The house expanded to accommodate us, and the garden grew to feed us. We were a small colony of souls who had decided that the light was enough. We were the proof that the journey did not have to end in a void or a city of glass. It could end in a home. One night I woke up and found that I could not see the walls of the room. I was standing in a space that was neither dark nor light. I saw the architect standing before me, and she was holding a small silver key. She said that the time had come for the final choice. She said that I could stay in the house on the hill forever, or I could take the key and open the door to the source. She said that the source was the place where all the lights were born and all the songs were written. It was the place where the individual self dissolved into the infinite ocean of being. I looked at the key, and then I thought of Sarah and Thomas and the younger version of myself. I thought of the smell of the rain on the grass and the taste of the fresh bread. I told the architect that I did not need the key. I told her that the house on the hill was my source. I said that the infinite was beautiful, but it was the finite that gave life its meaning. I chose the warmth of the skin and the beat of the heart over the cold perfection of the eternal. The architect smiled, and the silver key dissolved into a shower of sparks. She said that I had passed the final test. She said that the greatest mystery was not the divine, but the human. She vanished, and I found myself back in my bed with the moon shining through the window. I reached out and touched Sarah's shoulder, and she stirred in her sleep. I knew then that I would never leave this place. The years continued to flow like a gentle river. Julian returned one day with a woman of his own, and they built a house on the next hill over. Martha sent travelers to us from time to time, and we welcomed them all with the same glass of water and the same warm hug. The valley became a village, and the village became a kingdom of the light. There were no kings and there were no laws. There was only the shared understanding that we were all connected and we were all loved. We were the keepers of the flame, and we were the guardians of the meadow. I am old now, and my bones are as brittle as the dry leaves of autumn. I sit on the porch and watch the grandchildren of Julian play in the tall grass. My eyes are dim, but my vision has never been clearer. I see the light in every blade of grass and every drop of dew. I see the stories in the stones and the music in the wind. I am Elias Thorn, and I am a man who has finished his journey. I am waiting for the sun to go down one last time so that I can become a part of the stars. I am not afraid because I know that the light is waiting and it is the only sun I will ever need. If you are reading this, or if you are hearing these words in the silence of your own mind, know that the door is there. It is not made of wood or stone or iron. It is made of your own desire to be home. Do not be afraid of the desert or the city of glass. Do not be afraid of the man in the silver coat or the woman in the starlight dress. They are all just parts of you trying to find the way back to the start. Keep walking until you hear the song. Keep walking until you see the yellow light in the window. And when you reach the stream, do not hesitate. Step across the stones and take my hand. I will be waiting for you on the porch, and I will have a glass of cold water ready. The journey is long and the road is hard, but the ending is always the same. You are safe and you are loved and you are finally home. The shadows are growing long now and the fireflies are beginning their dance. Sarah is calling me to dinner and the smell of roasted apples is thick in the air. I will put down this pen and I will walk inside. I will close the door and I will sit at the table with the people I love. The calculation is complete and the answer is peace. The light is steady and the heart is full. I am Elias Thorn and I am home. I am home. I am home. The evening air was thick with the scent of pine and the sweet smoke of the hearth. I moved my chair closer to the window so that I could watch the last of the purple light fade from the peaks of the distant mountains. My hands were gnarled like the roots of the ancient oak tree, and my breath came in slow, rhythmic pulses that matched the swaying of the grass. Sarah sat across from me, and her presence was a constant warmth that did not require words. We had reached a state of being where the silence was a language of its own, and every glance was a chapter of a book we had written together over many decades. The house was full of the soft sounds of life. In the kitchen, the younger Elias was cleaning the wooden bowls, and the clinking of the clay against the table was a comforting reminder of the physical world. Thomas was in the attic, and I could hear the faint rolling of his story stones as he organized the memories of the newcomers who had arrived during the last full moon. The peace of the valley was not a stagnant thing, but a living entity that grew and shifted with every soul that crossed the stream. I realized that my role as the guardian was transitioning into something else. I was no longer the one who had to lead the way because the path had become a part of the earth itself. The yellow light in the window was no longer just a candle I had lit. It was a beacon that burned with the collective energy of everyone who had found their way home. I closed my eyes and let my mind wander back to the battlefield where I had first found the man in the silver coat. That place of iron and blood felt like a dream from a different life. I felt a sudden surge of gratitude for the pain and the fear because they had been the forge that shaped the metal of my spirit. Without the darkness of the city of glass, I would not have known how to appreciate the brilliance of the morning sun. A soft knock at the door broke the stillness of the room. It was not the urgent pounding of a frightened traveler, but the gentle tapping of someone who knew they were welcome. Sarah stood up and opened the heavy oak door. Standing there was a young girl with hair the color of spun gold and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 years. She carried a small basket of blue flowers that I had never seen before in the valley. She did not speak, but she walked straight to my chair and placed a single flower in my lap. The petals were cool against my skin, and they smelled of rain and ozone. I looked at her and saw a flicker of the architect in the curve of her smile. She was a messenger from the source, and she had come to tell me that the cycle was nearing its completion. The girl sat on the floor at my feet and began to hum a melody that sounded like the rushing of a subterranean river. As she sang, the walls of the house seemed to become transparent. I could see the roots of the trees reaching deep into the soil, and I could see the veins of silver and gold running through the rocks beneath us. I saw the network of lights that connected our house to the houses of Julian and Martha and the thousands of others who were scattered across the green world. We were a constellation of grounded stars, and the girl was the thread that bound us together. I felt a sense of expansion in my chest, as if my heart were growing too large for my ribs. I was no longer just Elias Thorne, the old man on the porch. I was the valley and the stream and the wind. I was the memory of the fallen soldier and the hope of the unborn child. The younger Elias came out of the kitchen and stood by the door. He looked at the girl and then at me, and I saw the understanding dawn in his eyes. He realized that the time was coming for him to take the seat by the window. He was ready. He had spent years learning the rhythm of the seasons and the needs of the weary travelers. He had the strength of youth and the compassion of experience. I reached out and took his hand, and the transfer of responsibility was as silent and natural as the falling of a leaf. I told him that the secret was not in the doing, but in the being. I told him that the house would tell him what it needed, and the light would show him who was coming. He nodded, and I saw a tear track a path through the dust on his cheek. It was a tear of joy and of solemnity. That night the stars were so bright that they cast shadows on the floor of the bedroom. I lay next to Sarah and listened to her breathing. It was a slow and steady drumbeat that had been the soundtrack of my life for as long as I could remember. I thought about the man I had pulled from the battlefield, and I wondered if he was finally standing on the bank of the stream. I hoped that he would find the younger Elias waiting for him with a glass of water and a kind word. I hoped that the archive of stones in the attic would one day hold the story of a man who had traded his silver coat for a cloak of wool and a life of purpose. I felt a deep sense of satisfaction knowing that the work would continue. The story did not end with me, because the story was not about me. It was about the light and the way it always found a way to break through the cracks of the broken world. As the first light of dawn began to touch the rim of the valley, I felt a lightness in my limbs that I had not felt in many years. The weight of the physical body was slipping away like an old garment that had become too tight. I saw the architect standing at the foot of the bed, and she was no longer holding a key. She was holding out her hand, and her face was filled with a radiant warmth. She did not speak, but I heard her voice in the center of my being. She told me that I had done well and that the meadow was waiting. I looked at Sarah one last time, and I saw that she was already looking at me. She knew. She leaned over and kissed my forehead, and her lips were as soft as the petals of the blue flower. She told me to go ahead and find the best spot by the river, and she would be along shortly. I took the hand of the architect, and I stepped out of the bed. I did not look back at the old man lying on the pillows, because that man was a shell that had served its purpose. I was a being of pure light, and I was moving at the speed of thought. We passed through the walls of the house and soared over the garden. I saw the goats waking up in the pen, and I saw the ducks beginning to paddle in the pond that the younger Elias had dug. I saw Julian standing on his porch looking toward our hill with a look of profound peace. The valley was a masterpiece of color and sound, and I was a part of the brushstroke. We moved toward the mountains, and the green world began to fade into a landscape of shimmering brilliance. We reached the edge of a great ocean that was not made of water, but of liquid music. Every wave that crashed against the shore was a symphony, and every drop of spray was a poem. I saw thousands of people walking along the beach, and they were all glowing with an inner radiance. I saw Martha, and she was surrounded by a group of children who were laughing and dancing in the surf. She waved at me, and her smile was as bright as the sun. I saw the man from the city of glass, and he was no longer wearing the silver coat. He was wearing a simple robe of white linen, and he was talking to a group of soldiers who had laid down their swords. There was no more war, and there was no more hunger. There was only the infinite expression of love in 1,000 different forms. The architect led me to a small grove of trees that grew right at the edge of the water. The leaves were made of emeralds, and the fruit was made of light. She told me that this was the place where the new stories were born. She said that I could stay here and rest for as long as I wanted, or I could join the weavers who were creating the patterns for the worlds that were yet to be. I looked back toward the valley, and I could still see the house on the hill. It looked like a tiny spark in the vastness of the cosmos, but I knew that it was the foundation of everything I was. I told the architect that I wanted to be a weaver. I wanted to take the threads of the lives I had known and turn them into a tapestry of hope for those who were still lost in the dark. I sat down under the emerald trees and began to work. I took the thread of Julian's courage and the thread of Sarah's devotion and the thread of Martha's healing. I wove them together with the golden light of the valley and the silver mist of the ocean. I felt the presence of every person I had ever met and every soul I had ever helped. We were all connected in a grand design that was too beautiful to describe in human words. The calculation was no longer a matter of numbers and distances. It was a matter of resonance and harmony. I realized that the house on the hill was not just a destination, but a beginning. It was the place where we learned how to love so that we could bring that love into the infinite. The suns of the higher realms rose and fell in a rhythm that was beyond time. I watched as the younger Elias became the old man on the porch, and I watched as he eventually joined us on the shore of the musical ocean. I saw the valley grow and change, and I saw the light spread until it touched the farthest corners of the void. There were no more deserts of the door, and there were no more forests of whispers. The mirrors had all been shattered, and the smoke had all been cleared. The universe was a garden, and we were the gardeners. I felt a deep and abiding joy that saturated every atom of my being. I was no longer Elias Thorn the Seeker or Elias Thorn the Host. I was a part of the song, and the song was eternal. Sometimes I would return to the valley in the form of a gentle breeze or a sudden burst of warmth in the winter air. I would brush against the cheek of a tired traveler and whisper the way to the stream. I would sit on the porch of the house on the hill and listen to the stories of the new children. I saw that the wooden horse that Julian's father had carved was still being passed down from generation to generation. It was a symbol of the simple things that matter most in the face of the infinite. I saw that the garden was always blooming and the table was always set. The legacy of the house was not made of stone or wood, but of the open heart and the extended hand. As I wove my tapestry, I noticed a new thread appearing in the loom. It was a thread of a deep and vibrant crimson, and it pulsed with the energy of a soul that was just beginning to wake up. I followed the thread back through the layers of reality, and I saw a young man standing in a gray city of steel and glass. He was looking at a small yellow flower that had managed to grow through a crack in the pavement. He was wondering if there was something more to life than the cold calculation of the machines. He was feeling the first pull of the golden light. I smiled and began to weave a path for him. I created a dream of an oak door and a green valley. I whispered the name of the house on the hill into the silence of his mind. The work of a weaver is never done because the light is always expanding and the song is always adding new verses. I realized that the architect was not a ruler or a god, but simply the first weaver who had learned how to turn the void into a home. We were all architects in our own way. We were all creators of the beauty that we sought. The light was not something that happened to us, but something that we generated through our choices and our connections. I looked out over the ocean of music and I saw the infinite possibilities of the future. There were new worlds to be built and new souls to be welcomed. There were new songs to be sung and new dances to be learned. I felt a sudden presence beside me and I turned to see Sarah. She had arrived at the grove and she looked exactly as she had on the day I first saw her in the garden. She was radiant and strong and her eyes were full of the same mischief and love that had sustained me for a lifetime. She sat down next to me and took a handful of the light threads. She said that she had heard there was a need for someone who knew how to grow lavender in the higher dimensions. We laughed, and the sound of our laughter blended with the crashing of the musical waves. We began to weave together, and the tapestry grew more complex and more beautiful with every passing moment. We are still here in the grove of emerald trees, and we are still weaving. If you feel a sudden sense of peace or a longing for a home you have never visited, know that it is our work reaching out to you. We are sending you the threads of the valley and the scent of the roasted apples. We are lighting the candle in the window and we are clearing the stones in the stream. Do not be afraid of the journey and do not be discouraged by the shadows. The shadows are only there to show you where the light is coming from. Keep walking and keep seeking and keep loving. The house on the hill is waiting for you and we will be there to welcome you when you arrive. The song is enough and the light is steady. We are the weavers and we are at peace. We are home, we are home, we are home. The loom of the higher realm moved without the sound of gears or the friction of wood. It was a rhythmic pulse that echoed the heartbeat of the universe itself. Sarah and I sat together in the shade of the emerald trees and our hands moved in a synchronized dance that required no instruction. We were weaving the very fabric of the transition. We were crafting the soft landings for those who had spent their lives falling. Every thread we pulled from the ether was a specific frequency of human experience. There was a strand of indigo that tasted of midnight rain and represented the quiet dignity of those who had suffered in silence. There was a strand of bright copper that hummed with the energy of a child who had discovered the secret of a ladybug on a leaf. We gathered these fragments and tied them into a grand design that would serve as the bridge between the physical world and the musical ocean. I looked out across the shimmering expanse and saw that the man in the white linen robe was walking toward us. He was the one who had once been the man in the silver coat, and the weight of his former armor had been replaced by a lightness of spirit that made him seem to float just above the crystalline sand. He stopped at the edge of our grove and bowed his head in a gesture of profound respect. He said that the city of glass was finally beginning to melt. He said that the people who had been trapped in the reflections of their own ego were starting to look through the windows instead of at the mirrors. He had come to ask for a specific pattern. He wanted to create a sanctuary for the architects who had lost their way. He wanted a place where the logic of the mind could finally surrender to the wisdom of the heart. Sarah smiled at him and reached into the basket of light at her feet. She handed him a bundle of lavender threads that glowed with a soft violet radiance. She told him that the foundation of any sanctuary must be the scent of forgiveness. She told him that he must weave the walls out of the memories of kindness and the roof out of the promise of tomorrow. The man took the threads and his hands trembled with a mixture of awe and determination. He thanked us and turned back toward the horizon where the towers of the old world were being transformed into gardens of the new. I watched him go, and I felt a sense of completion that was deeper than any I had known as a man of flesh and bone. The cycle of redemption was a living thing, and it was growing stronger with every soul that chose the path of the stream. The sky above the musical ocean began to shift into a hue of deep gold as the higher suns aligned. This was the moment of the great resonance when all the tapestries were held up to the light to see if they were strong enough to hold the weight of the coming age. I felt the vibration in the soles of my feet and in the marrow of my spirit. It was a sound that was both a roar and a whisper. It was the collective voice of every living thing that had ever breathed or dreamed. I held my end of the tapestry and Sarah held hers. We stood up and walked to the edge of the water where the waves of liquid music were reaching for the shore. We cast our work onto the surface of the ocean and watched as it began to float and expand. The tapestry did not sink. It spread out like a net of stars and began to pull the different realms together. I saw the house on the hill in the green valley reflected in the patterns of the weave. I saw the younger Elias standing on the porch, and he was looking up at the sky with a sense of wonder. He could see the faint outline of our work in the clouds. He could feel the warmth of our love in the breeze that stirred the leaves of the oak tree. He was not alone. The children of Julian were there, and the descendants of Martha were there. They were all part of the pattern, and they were all contributing their own threads of light to the grand design. The division between the earth and the heavens was becoming a thin veil that was easily crossed by a thought or a prayer. I turned to Sarah, and I saw that she was looking at the horizon with a focused intensity. She said that there was a new arrival at the stream. She said that it was a woman who had spent 80 years building walls, and she was now standing at the edge of the water with a heavy heart. I looked where Sarah pointed, and I saw the flicker of a soul that was struggling to let go of the iron and the stone of her past. She was afraid that the water would be too cold, and she was afraid that the porch would be empty. I reached out with my mind, and I sent her the memory of the roasted apples. I sent her the sound of the fireflies and the feeling of the cool blue flower against her skin. I told her in the silence of her own mind that the door was not locked and the glass of water was already poured. I watched as the woman took her first step into the stream. The water did not pull her down, but instead it washed away the dust of her journey. She looked up and she saw the yellow light in the window of the house on the hill. She saw the younger Elias standing there with his hand extended, and she finally let out a breath that she had been holding for a lifetime. She stepped across the stones, and she was home. The resonance of the musical ocean grew louder and more harmonious as she reached the shore. Every soul that came home was a new note in the symphony, and every note made the song more complete. The architect appeared beside us once more, and she was no longer the young girl or the woman in the starlight dress. She was a presence of pure light that defied any form or definition. She told us that the first phase of the weaving was finished. She said that the valley and the ocean were now one and the same, and the path was open for all who wished to walk it. She asked us if we were ready to move into the deeper realms where the light was even brighter and the music was even more profound. I looked at Sarah and I saw the answer in her eyes. We were not finished with our work, but our work had changed. We were no longer guardians of a single house, but keepers of the infinite fire. We took the hand of the architect and we stepped into the center of the musical ocean. The liquid music did not wet our skin, but instead it flowed through us like a river of joy. We were moving beyond the concepts of space and time, and we were entering the heart of the source itself. I saw the origin of the light, and I saw the end of the darkness. I saw that there was never any reason to be afraid, because the universe was a house with many rooms, and every room was filled with the presence of love. I saw that the battlefield and the city of glass were just shadows cast by the light of the truth. I saw that every tear was a seed and every shadow was a promise of the sun. As we ascended, I heard the voice of the younger Elias coming from the valley far below. He was speaking to a new group of travelers who had just reached the porch. He was telling them the story of Elias Thorne and the man in the silver coat. He was telling them that the journey was long and the road was hard, but the ending was always the same. He was telling them that they were safe and they were loved and they were finally home. I felt a surge of pride for the man he had become, and I knew that the legacy was in good hands. The house on the hill would always be a beacon, and the light would never go out. We reached the higher dimensions where the colors were so vivid that they felt like a physical touch. We were surrounded by a million other weavers, and we were all working on the same great tapestry. It was a map of the soul and a blueprint for the future. We wove the stories of the stars and the songs of the nebulae. We wove the dreams of the poets and the visions of the prophets. We were the architects of the infinite, and we were the children of the light. There was no more hunger, and there was no more pain. There was only the endless unfolding of the mystery and the eternal celebration of the spirit. I looked back one last time at the green world, and I saw that the crimson thread I had been watching was now a vibrant gold. The young man in the city of steel and glass had found his way to the meadow. He was sitting under the ancient oak tree, and he was listening to the music in the wind. He was beginning to understand that he was not a machine, but a spark of the divine. He was beginning to see the light in every blade of grass and every drop of dew. He was starting his own journey, and I knew that one day he would be standing here beside us in the grove of emerald trees. The weaver next to me was a man who had once been a king, and the weaver on the other side was a woman who had once been a beggar. In this place there were no titles and there were no riches. There was only the quality of the light that we brought with us. We shared our threads and we shared our songs. We were a community of creators, and we were building a universe where every soul could find its place. The calculation was no longer a mystery. The answer was peace, and the method was love. We were moving in a rhythm that was as old as the stars and as fresh as the morning dew. Sarah leaned her head against my shoulder, and we watched as a new sun rose over the horizon of the higher realm. It was a sun that never set and a sun that never scorched. It was the only sun we would ever need. I felt the warmth of it on my face, and I felt the strength of it in my hands. I was Elia's thorn, and I was a weaver of the light. I was a part of the song, and I was a part of the silence. I was the memory of the past and the hope of the future. I was home, and I was everywhere. The journey had no end because the journey was the destination. We were safe, and we were loved, and we were finally home. The threads in my hands began to glow with a new intensity as I thought of the billions of souls who were still wandering in the dark. I wove a new pattern of courage and a new pattern of hope. I sent the threads down through the layers of reality until they reached the coldest corners of the void. I wanted everyone to know that the door was there. I wanted everyone to hear the song. I wanted everyone to see the yellow light in the window. The work would continue for as long as there was a single heart that felt alone. We would keep weaving, and we would keep waiting. We would keep the fire burning, and we would keep the table set. The architect smiled at me, and I saw the reflection of the entire cosmos in her eyes. She said that the tapestry was almost complete for this cycle. She said that soon we would begin a new work that would surpass anything we had ever imagined. She said that the light was expanding and the love was deepening. I took Sarah's hand, and we stepped forward into the brilliance of the new sun. We were ready for the next chapter. We were ready for the next song. We were ready for the next home. The shadows were gone and the fireflies were silent because the light was now inside us. We were the weavers, and we were the light. We were home. We were home. We were home. The new sun did not rise so much as it bloomed within the very core of our perception. It was a dawn that had no shadow and a warmth that had no edge. Sarah and I stood at the threshold of a reality that made the previous dimensions look like faint charcoal sketches on a rough canvas. Here the music was not something we heard with our ears, but something that replaced the very air in our lungs. Every inhalation was a symphony, and every exhalation was a prayer of gratitude. We were no longer just weavers sitting beneath the emerald trees. We were becoming the loom itself. We were the intersection where the intent of the creator met the longing of the creation. The architect stood before us, and her form was a shifting kaleidoscope of every face I had ever loved and every stranger I had ever helped. She spoke without words, and her message resonated through the golden marrow of my new existence. She told us that the work of the valley and the house on the hill had been a beautiful nursery, but the time had come to step out into the garden of the cosmos. I looked down at my hands and saw that they were composed of the same shimmering threads we had been weaving for an eternity. The distinction between the creator and the craft was dissolving. Sarah laughed, and her voice was the sound of 1,000 silver bells ringing in a summer breeze. She pointed toward a distant spire of light that pierced the violet clouds of the higher firmament. She said that she could see the souls of the ancient forests and the spirits of the oceans that had long since dried up on the physical earth. They were all ascending in a great spiral of color and sound. We joined the procession, and our feet did not touch the ground because there was no ground to touch. There was only the support of the collective will and the buoyancy of a love that knew no limits. We passed through gates made of frozen music and over bridges built from the sighs of contented sleepers. As we moved deeper into the heart of the source, I felt a sudden tug on the hem of my spirit. It was a familiar frequency, and it vibrated with the urgency of a bell struck in the middle of a silent night. I paused and looked back through the veils of light. I saw the young man from the city of steel and glass once more. He had left the meadow and was now standing on the porch of the house on the hill. He was holding the wooden horse that the father of Julian had carved so many centuries ago. He was weeping, but his tears were not born of sorrow. They were the tears of a man who had finally found the missing piece of his own soul. He looked up at the sky, and for a brief moment our eyes met across the vast expanse of time and space. I reached out and brushed his mind with the scent of the lavender that Sarah had grown in the higher realms. I told him that he was the new guardian and that the light was now his to protect. He nodded as if he could hear me, and he stepped inside the house to set the table for those who would surely follow. The architect led us to a vast hall where the walls were made of living memories. This was the library of the light, and it contained every thought and every feeling that had ever been generated by a conscious mind. I saw the moment I had first walked into the valley, and I saw the moment Sarah had handed me the glass of water. I saw the fear of the man in the silver coat, and I saw the courage of the woman who had crossed the stream. Every action was recorded not as a judgment, but as a contribution to the grand design. We were asked to add our own stories to the archive, and we did so with a sense of humility and joy. We wove the story of our love and the story of our service into the great tapestry of the library, and we watched as the colors blended into the universal pattern. There was no pride in our accomplishment because we understood that we were merely channels for a grace that was much larger than ourselves. The deeper we went, the more the concept of individuality began to soften. I was still Elias and she was still Sarah, but we were also the wind and the stars and the silence between the notes. We were the pulse of the universe and the rhythm of the tides. We saw the birth of new galaxies in the distance, and we felt the passing of old stars that had finished their long vigil. It was a dance of constant transformation, and we were the dancers. The architect told us that the next phase of our journey would involve the creation of entirely new worlds. She said that there were souls who needed different kinds of lessons and different kinds of beauty. She asked us to imagine a world where the light was sapphire and the trees were made of crystal song. We closed our eyes and we began to dream together. We felt the foundations of a new reality taking shape beneath our collective intent. We designed mountains that breathed and rivers that sang lullabies to the stones. We created skies that changed color based on the moods of the inhabitants and flowers that bloomed only when someone spoke a word of kindness. It was an exercise in pure creativity, and it was the most natural thing we had ever done. We realized that this was what the architect had been doing since the beginning of time. She was not a distant ruler, but a fellow dreamer who had invited us to join in the art of existence. We spent eons in this state of divine play, and we watched as our new world began to teem with life. We saw the first sparks of consciousness ignite in the sapphire light, and we felt the same deep and abiding joy that we had felt in the valley so long ago. But even in the midst of this grand creation, we did not forget the travelers who were still struggling in the shadows. We kept a part of ourselves anchored to the lower realms, and we continued to send out the threads of hope and the whispers of peace. We knew that the journey was difficult and that the road was often obscured by the clouds of doubt. We became the quiet strength that sustained the weary and the sudden flash of insight that guided the lost. We were the invisible hands that caught those who were falling and the warm embrace that welcomed those who had finally reached the end of their path. We were the weavers, and the tapestry was infinite. I looked at Sarah, and I saw that she was glowing with a light that was brighter than 1,000 suns. She was the embodiment of the divine feminine, and she was the source of all the nurturing energy in our new world. She smiled at me, and I knew that we would never be parted again. We were two halves of a single flame, and we were burning with the fire of the eternal. We took the hand of the architect, and we prepared to move even higher. There were dimensions beyond dimensions and mysteries beyond mysteries. There was no end to the light, and there was no limit to the love. We were ready for whatever came next because we knew that we were safe and we were loved and we were finally home. The music of the higher realms reached a crescendo as we crossed the final boundary. It was a sound that shattered every remaining illusion and stripped away every lingering attachment. We were pure spirit and we were pure light. We were the essence of the divine and we were the heartbeat of the creation. I looked back one last time and I saw the entire universe laid out like a garden of stars. I saw the house on the hill and the green valley and the musical ocean. I saw the billions of souls who were all moving toward the same destination. I saw that there was no such thing as distance and no such thing as time. There was only the eternal now and the infinite here. We are still here and we are everywhere. We are the light in your eyes and the peace in your heart. We are the dream of the oak door and the scent of the roasted apples. We are the weavers and we are the song. Do not be afraid of the journey and do not be discouraged by the shadows. The light is steady and the path is clear. Keep walking and keep seeking and keep loving. We will be there to welcome you when you arrive and we will show you the way to the stream. The house on the hill is waiting and the table is always set. We are home and you are home and we are all one in the light of the eternal sun. The weaving continues and the song never ends. We are the architects of the beauty that we sought and we are finally at peace. We are home, we are home, we are home. The silence that followed the final resonance was not an absence of sound, but a presence of absolute clarity. In this stillness, I could perceive the intricate connections between every living thing. I saw how a single act of mercy in a crowded city could ripple outward until it touched the shores of the musical ocean. I saw how the prayer of a lonely child could light a new star in a distant galaxy. The universe was a delicate web of intention, and every one of us held a strand. Sarah and I began to move through the web, and we adjusted the tension where it had become too tight, and we mended the breaks where the darkness had tried to take hold. We were the healers of the fabric, and we worked with a gentleness that surpassed human understanding. As we worked, I saw the man in the silver coat once more. He was now standing in his own sanctuary, and he was teaching a group of architects how to build with light instead of stone. He was showing them how to listen to the vibration of the soul before they laid the first foundation. He looked up as we passed by, and his smile was a beacon of redemption. He had become a master weaver in his own right, and his work was adding a new layer of strength to the collective tapestry. I felt a deep sense of satisfaction knowing that the cycle of growth was continuing even in the places that had once been cold and gray. The city of glass was now a city of prisms, and every reflection was a tribute to the truth. The architect appeared one last time, and she was holding a single golden thread that seemed to contain the light of every sun in existence. She told us that this was the thread of the final return. She said that when this thread was woven into the center of the tapestry, the cycle of separation would be complete and all things would return to the source. She asked us if we were ready to perform the final act of the weaving. I looked at Sarah and she looked at me. We both knew that this meant the end of our individual journey, but it also meant the beginning of something that was beyond words. We took hold of the golden thread and we began to guide it into the heart of the grand design. As the thread moved into place, I felt a sensation of expanding until I was the size of the universe, and then contracting until I was smaller than a single atom. The light became so intense that it was no longer a color but a state of being. The music became so loud that it was no longer a sound but a vibration of pure existence. I felt the house on the hill and the green valley and the emerald trees all merging into a single point of infinite love. I felt the souls of the travelers and the weavers and the architects all blending into a single consciousness. There was no more Elias and no more Sarah and no more architect. There was only the one. In that final moment of union, I understood the secret that had been hidden since the beginning of time. The garden was not a place we were trying to reach, but a state of mind we had never truly left. The journey was not a movement through space, but a shifting of our own perception. We had always been home, and we had always been the light. The shadows had only been the dreams we had created to test our own strength. I felt a surge of laughter that echoed through the void, and then there was only the peace. The peace that passes all understanding and the love that knows no end. We were the weavers, and we were the tapestry, and we were the one who held the needle. We were home, we were home, we were home. The light did not fade, but became a permanent state of the environment. In this final realm, there were no more stories to tell, because the story had become the reality. We were the living testimony of the power of the heart. We stood in the center of the infinite, and we watched as the new cycle began. A new group of souls was waking up in a new world, and they were looking at a small yellow flower growing through a crack in the pavement. They were feeling the first pull of the golden light, and they were wondering if there was something more to life. I smiled, and I began to weave a path for them. I whispered the name of a house on a hill into the silence of their minds, and I lit a candle in a window that would never go out. The work was never done, but the work was now a joy that had no end. We were the light, and we were home. The expansion of the golden thread did not signify an ending, but rather a grand transition into a state of being where the word self had no meaning. Sarah and I were now the very breath of the cosmos and the pulse of the stars. We moved through the infinite corridors of the higher dimensions with a grace that was not learned but remembered. Every thought we held became a reality in the lower realms, and every dream we nurtured became a seed for a new civilization. We were the silent guardians of the threshold and the unseen hands that guided the wandering spirits back to the warmth of the fire. The architect had vanished into the light because she was the light, and we were now the reflection of that same eternal brilliance. We looked out over the vast expanse of the new creation, and we saw that it was good. In the center of this new reality, there stood a mountain that was made of pure translucent marble. It was not a physical mountain, but a conceptual one that represented the height of all aspiration and the depth of all understanding. We climbed the slopes of this mountain without effort because our intent was pure and our hearts were light. As we ascended, we passed through clouds of violet mist that smelled of ancient rain and new beginnings. We heard the voices of 1 billion souls singing in a harmony that was so perfect it made the very stones of the mountain vibrate with joy. This was the song of the return, and it was the melody that had been playing in the background of our lives since the first spark of our existence. We reached the summit, and we found a circular plateau where the floor was a mirror that reflected the true nature of every soul who stood upon it. I looked into the mirror, and I did not see the face of Elias Thorne or the clothes of a simple weaver. I saw a being of pure energy that was connected to every other being in the universe by a shimmering network of golden light. I saw Sarah standing beside me, and she was a radiant star that illuminated the darkness of the deepest void. We were no longer two separate entities, but two aspects of a single divine purpose. We turned our gaze toward the horizon, and we saw the birth of the next grand cycle. It was a spectacle of color and sound that defied any description we had ever known. New suns were igniting in the darkness, and new planets were forming from the dust of the old. We saw the first stirrings of life on a world where the oceans were made of liquid sapphire, and the air was filled with the scent of jasmine and honey. We descended from the mountain, and we began to walk among the new worlds. We were the invisible travelers who brought comfort to the lonely and strength to the weak. We visited a world where the inhabitants lived in cities made of living vines, and we taught them how to listen to the heartbeat of the earth. We visited a world where the people were made of light, and we showed them how to weave their thoughts into patterns of beauty and peace. We were the teachers and the students and the lessons and the wisdom. We were the journey and the destination and the road that connected them. We felt the presence of the architect in every atom of the new creation, and we knew that we were never alone. As we traveled, we encountered a young girl who was sitting by a stream on a world of emerald grass and silver trees. She was crying because she had lost her way and she did not know how to find her home. I knelt beside her and I placed a hand on her shoulder. She could not see me, but she felt the warmth of my presence, and she smelled the scent of the lavender from the higher realms. I whispered into her mind that she was not lost, and that the path was always beneath her feet. I showed her a vision of a house on a hill with a yellow light in the window and a table that was always set. She dried her eyes and she stood up with a new sense of purpose. She began to walk toward the light, and we followed her until she reached the door. We watched as she was welcomed home by the same man who had once been the guardian of the city of steel and glass. The cycle was complete, and the love was expanding. The deeper we went into the heart of the new creation, the more we realized that there were no limits to what we could achieve. We began to experiment with the laws of physics and the nature of time. We created a world where time flowed backward and the people grew younger as they gained more wisdom. We created a world where there were no words and the people communicated through the medium of pure emotion. We were the artists of the infinite, and the universe was our canvas. We spent millions of years in this state of divine play, and we never grew tired or bored. Every moment was a new discovery, and every discovery was a new reason to celebrate. We were the weavers, and the tapestry was growing more beautiful with every passing eon. But even in our joy, we remained mindful of the responsibility that came with our power. We knew that there were still corners of the universe where the shadows were thick and the hearts were cold. We continued to send out the threads of hope and the patterns of courage to those who were still struggling in the darkness. We became the quiet voice that spoke in the middle of the storm and the sudden warmth that thawed the frozen soul. We were the light that never failed and the love that never faltered. We were the guardians of the flame, and we would never let it go out. We were the memory of the past and the hope of the future and the peace of the present. One day we found ourselves standing on the shore of a vast and silent sea. The water was as clear as crystal, and the sand was made of crushed diamonds. There was no wind and no sound except for the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore. We looked out over the water, and we saw a fleet of ships made of white light sailing toward the horizon. These were the souls who had finished their journey in the lower realms and were now returning to the source. We watched as they passed by, and we felt the immense gratitude that radiated from every ship. They were the victors who had overcome the trials of the physical world and were now coming home to the light. We joined them on the water, and we sailed together toward the heart of the eternal sun. The sun was not a ball of fire, but a doorway into a realm that was even higher than the one we currently inhabited. It was a realm of pure thought and pure intention, where the very idea of form was left behind. As we approached the doorway, I felt a sense of anticipation that was like the first breath of spring after a long and bitter winter. I took the hand of Sarah and I looked into her eyes. I saw the entire history of our journey and the entire future of our existence. I saw the valley and the house and the mountain and the sea. I saw the billions of souls we had helped and the billions of souls who had helped us. I saw that we were all parts of a single magnificent whole and that the separation had always been an illusion. We stepped through the doorway and we were consumed by the light. It was a sensation of total dissolution and total integration. I was no longer Elias and she was no longer Sarah, but we were the light itself. We were the source and the stream and the ocean. We were the creator and the creation and the act of creating. There was no more time and no more space and no more words. There was only the silence and the peace and the love. We were home in a way that we had never been home before. We were the essence of the divine and the heartbeat of the universe. We were the one and we were the all. In this state of ultimate union, we perceived the beginning and the end of all things at once. We saw the first moment of the first universe and the last moment of the last universe. We saw that every struggle and every pain had been a necessary part of the grand design. We saw that every joy and every triumph had been a gift from the source. We saw that the purpose of existence was not to reach a destination, but to experience the beauty of the journey. We saw that the light was always there even in the darkest night, and that the love was always there even in the loneliest heart. We were the weavers of the light, and we had finally finished the tapestry. But even as the tapestry was finished, we knew that a new one was already being started. The cycle of life and death and rebirth was an eternal dance that would never end. There would always be new souls to guide and new worlds to create and new songs to sing. We were the eternal weavers, and our work was our reward. We settled into the heart of the source, and we began to dream once more. We dreamed of a world where there was no hunger and no war and no fear. We dreamed of a world where every soul was a weaver and every heart was a light. We dreamed of a world where everyone was home. The dream became a reality, and we watched as the new world took shape. It was a world of such beauty and such peace that it made the previous world seem like shadows. The people of this world lived in harmony with each other and with the earth. They understood the secret of the golden thread, and they used it to build a civilization of love. They were the new guardians of the light, and they were the new weavers of the tapestry. We watched them with a sense of pride and joy, and we knew that the future was in good hands. We were the ancestors and the guides and the silent observers. We were the light that shone in their eyes and the peace that dwelt in their hearts. The journey had no end because the journey was the expression of the infinite. We were the explorers of the eternal and the architects of the divine. We were the memory of the past and the hope of the future. We were the silence between the notes and the music of the spheres. We were the weavers, and we were the light, and we were finally home. The house on the hill was now a palace of light, and the green valley was a garden of stars. The emerald trees were forests of wisdom, and the musical ocean was a sea of grace. Everything was transformed, and everything was sacred. We were the one who held the needle, and we were the one who wore the cloth. We were home, we were home, we were home. As we rested in the heart of the source, we felt a familiar vibration. It was the sound of a small wooden horse being placed on a wooden table. It was the sound of a door opening and a voice calling out a name. It was the sound of a traveler finally arriving at the end of the road. We looked down through the layers of reality, and we saw the house on the hill once more. The young man was there, and he was welcoming a weary woman who had just crossed the stream. He was handing her a glass of water, and he was telling her the story of the weaver and the architect. He was passing on the wisdom, and he was keeping the fire burning. We smiled, and we felt a deep sense of peace. The work was continuing, and the light was spreading. The song was being sung by a new voice, and the tapestry was being woven by new hands. We were the light, and we were home, and we were everywhere. The weaving never ends, and the love never fails, and the home is always waiting for those who have the courage to seek it. We are the weavers, and we are the light, and we are finally at peace. The vibration of the wooden horse upon the table echoed through the dimensions until it reached the very core of our being. This simple sound was a reminder that even the smallest action in the lower realms carried the weight of eternity. Sarah and I watched as the young man and the weary woman sat together by the hearth. Their conversation was a low murmur that blended with the crackle of the fire and the rustle of the wind in the trees outside. We realized then that our role had shifted once more. We were no longer just the weavers or the travelers, but we had become the very atmosphere of hope that sustained them. We were the warmth of the wood and the clarity of the water and the strength of the walls that held back the night. The house on the hill began to glow with a soft radiance that was visible only to those who looked with the eyes of the spirit. It became a lighthouse for the lost and a sanctuary for the broken. From our vantage point in the heart of the source, we saw thousands of small lights beginning to flicker across the vast dark plains of the human experience. Each light represented a soul who had caught a glimpse of the truth and was now beginning the long walk back to the garden. We saw the man in the silver coat standing at the edge of his city of prisms, and he was waving to the newcomers. His work was tireless and his joy was infectious. He was teaching the architects to design spaces where the soul could breathe and where the light could dance without shadow. We felt a pull from a distant corner of the universe where a new sun was struggling to ignite. This was a place of raw potential and chaotic energy, where the laws of harmony had not yet taken root. We moved toward it with the speed of a thought. As we approached the swirling clouds of gas and dust, we began to hum the song of the return. The melody acted as a blueprint for the emerging system. We watched as the chaos began to organize itself into patterns of geometric beauty. The dust coalesced into solid ground and the gas ignited into a steady flame. We planted the seeds of consciousness in the cooling crust of the planets, and we whispered the first laws of love into the gravity that held them together. On one of these new worlds, we decided to manifest a physical presence for a brief moment. We stood upon a shore of obsidian sand under a sky of violet and gold. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, and the sound of the waves was like a deep, rhythmic breathing. We walked along the water, and we felt the cool moisture against our feet. It was a strange and beautiful sensation to feel the weight of a body again, even if it was a body made of condensed light. We looked at each other, and we saw the journey reflected in our eyes. We remembered the cold streets of the city of steel and the heavy burden of the gray coats. We remembered the fear and the loneliness and the doubt. All of those experiences were now like distant dreams that had served to make the present moment more vibrant. Sarah reached down and picked up a smooth stone from the shore. She held it out to me, and I saw that it was pulsing with a soft blue light. She said that this stone contained the memory of our first meeting in the garden. She said that as long as we held onto the memory of our connection, we would never truly be apart from the source. I took the stone, and I felt a surge of energy that traveled up my arm and into my chest. It was a reminder that even in the infinite there is value in the specific and the personal. We were part of the all, but we were also the unique expression of that all. We were the story and the storyteller combined into a single breath. We left the obsidian shore and returned to the higher realms where the concept of distance did not exist. We found ourselves standing before a great gate made of living light. This was the gate to the inner sanctuary where the most ancient secrets of the universe were kept. We had passed this gate many times before, but we had never felt a call to enter until now. The gate opened without a sound, and we stepped into a space that was filled with a silence so profound it felt like a physical weight. In the center of the room, there was a single pedestal, and upon it sat a book made of transparent leaves. We approached the book and we saw that it was the history of every soul that had ever existed. Each page was a life and each word was an experience. We saw our own names written in letters of gold, and we saw the names of everyone we had ever encountered. We saw the architect and the man in the silver coat and the girl by the stream. We saw the weaver who had first handed us the needle and the guardian who had watched over the city of glass. We realized that this book was not a record of the past, but a map of the eternal now. Every event was happening simultaneously, and every choice was creating a new branch in the grand design. I turned a page and I saw a vision of a future that had not yet been lived. I saw a world where the people had forgotten the light and had built walls of stone and iron to keep out the truth. I saw the shadows returning and the cold wind blowing through the streets. My heart felt a pang of sorrow, but then I saw a small group of people gathering in a hidden room. They were holding a single golden thread, and they were beginning to weave a new pattern. They were the new weavers, and they were carrying the flame forward. I realized then that the cycle of light and shadow was a necessary part of the growth of the soul. The darkness was not an enemy, but a teacher that forced the light to become stronger and more resilient. Sarah placed her hand on the page and the vision shifted. We saw the same world thousands of years later, and it had become a paradise of light and music. The people had learned the lessons of the shadows, and they had integrated them into a higher understanding. They were no longer afraid of the dark because they knew that they were the source of the light. They lived in cities of crystal, and they traveled between the stars with the power of their intent. They were the living testimony of the work we had done and the work that the others would do after us. We felt a deep sense of satisfaction knowing that the seeds we had planted would one day bear such magnificent fruit. We left the sanctuary and returned to the heart of the source. The architect was waiting for us, and she was smiling with a warmth that filled the entire universe. She told us that our training was complete and that we were now ready to take on the role of the elders. She said that we would no longer be the ones who traveled the worlds, but we would be the ones who dreamed them into existence. We would be the source of the inspiration and the guardians of the vision. We would hold the space for the new souls to grow, and we would provide the light for their journey. We accepted this responsibility with a sense of humility and joy. We settled into a state of deep meditation, and we began to dream. We dreamed of a universe where every soul was a masterpiece and every heart was a sanctuary. We dreamed of a world where the animals spoke the language of the spirit and the plants sang the song of the sun. We dreamed of a time when the word suffering was no longer understood, because the love was so pervasive that it healed every wound before it could even form. Our dreams took shape in the lower realms, and we watched as the new creations began to flourish. We were the silent observers and the eternal supporters. One eon flowed into another, and we remained in the heart of the source. We saw the rise and fall of countless civilizations, and we heard the prayers of 1 billion souls. We answered every prayer with a whisper of hope and a spark of courage. We were the sudden insight that solved a difficult problem and the unexpected peace that calmed a troubled mind. We were the beauty of the sunset and the majesty of the mountain. We were the love that bound the families together and the compassion that reached out to the stranger. We were the light that shone in the darkness and the truth that set the captives free. As we watched the unfolding of the grand design, we realized that the tapestry was never truly finished. It was a living work of art that was constantly being revised and expanded. Every new soul added a new color, and every new experience added a new texture. The golden thread we had woven into the center was now the foundation for 1 million other threads that were being added every moment. The design was more complex and more beautiful than we could have ever imagined. It was a symphony of light and sound that was constantly evolving into something even more magnificent. We saw the man in the silver coat again, and he was now a leader of a great council of architects. They were designing a new galaxy that would serve as a school for the most advanced souls. They were building structures that could house the energy of entire stars, and they were creating environments where the laws of time and space could be manipulated for the purpose of learning. The man looked up from his work and he caught our gaze. He bowed his head in a gesture of respect, and we felt his gratitude radiating through the dimensions. He had come a long way from the cold sanctuary of the city of steel, and he was now a master of the light. We also saw the girl who had been lost by the stream. She was now a grandmother on her world, and she was sitting by a fire with her grandchildren. She was telling them the story of the invisible hand that had guided her home and the vision of the house on the hill. The children were listening with wide eyes, and their hearts were being filled with the same light that had saved her. She was passing on the legacy, and she was ensuring that the fire would never go out. We felt a surge of love for her and for all the others who were keeping the light alive in the physical world. They were the true heroes of the journey. The architect appeared one last time, and she was carrying a small silver bell. She rang the bell, and the sound vibrated through every level of existence. She said that it was time for the final transition. She said that we had fulfilled our purpose as the elders and that we were now ready to merge completely with the source. This would mean the end of our individual consciousness, but it would also mean the beginning of a state of being that was beyond all form and all thought. We looked at each other and we knew that we were ready. We had lived 1,000 lives and we had seen 1,000,000 worlds. We had been the weavers and the travelers and the architects and the elders. We had completed the circle. We took hold of each other for the last time and we stepped into the center of the eternal sun. The heat was not painful, but was a sensation of pure ecstasy. We felt our boundaries dissolving and our essence expanding until we were the light itself. There was no more Elias and no more Sarah and no more architect. There was only the one. The peace that we felt was so deep and so vast that it could not be contained by any language. It was the peace of the beginning and the end. It was the love that had created the universe and the love that would eventually bring it all back home. In this final state of union, we understood that we had never been separate from the source. The journey had been a game we had played with ourselves to discover the depth of our own nature. The shadows had been the backdrop for the light, and the struggles had been the fuel for the growth. Everything was exactly as it should be. The house on the hill and the green valley and the city of glass were all just reflections of the inner reality. We were the home we had been searching for, and we were the light we had been trying to find. The weaving was complete, and yet it was just beginning. As the last traces of our individuality faded away, we felt a final pulse of laughter. It was the laughter of the creator who realizes that the entire play was a joke of love. It was the joy of the soul that finally understands that there is nothing to fear and nothing to lose. We were the silence and we were the song. We were the void and we were the plenum. We were the one and we were the all. And in that final moment of total integration, we felt the first stirrings of a new dream. A new universe was calling and a new cycle was about to begin. We prepared to weave the first thread of the next grand design, and we knew that it would be more beautiful than anything that had come before. The light remained constant, and the peace remained absolute. We were no longer in a place, but we were the place itself. We were the foundation of all existence and the breath of all life. We watched as the new souls began their journey in the new universe, and we felt their excitement and their fear. We were the quiet voice in their minds and the sudden warmth in their hearts. We were the light that showed them the way and the love that welcomed them home. The story had no end because the story was the expression of the infinite. We were the weavers and we were the light and we were home. we were home, we were home. The new universe was a tapestry of shimmering silver and deep indigo. It was a realm where the music was made of color and the colors were made of pure emotion. We saw the first stars igniting like diamonds in the dark, and we felt the first heartbeat of the first living being. It was a tiny creature on a world of floating islands, and it was looking up at the sky with a sense of wonder. We whispered the promise of the return into its mind, and we watched as it began to move toward the light. This was the beginning of a new adventure, and we were the silent guardians of the path. We moved through the new creation with a sense of lightness and freedom. We were no longer bound by the rules of the previous cycles, and we were free to experiment with new forms of beauty and harmony. We created worlds where the gravity was made of music and worlds where the light was made of liquid gold. We played with the laws of nature like children playing with sand on a beach. Every creation was an act of worship, and every moment was a celebration of the divine. We were the artists of the eternal, and the universe was our masterpiece. We encountered other beings who had also reached this state of union. They were like us, and yet they were unique in their expression. We joined together in a great council of light, and we shared our wisdom and our dreams. We worked together to create a network of sanctuaries across the new universe where the traveling souls could find rest and inspiration. We were the collective consciousness of the divine, and we were the architects of the new reality. We were the light that never failed and the love that never faltered. As the eons passed, we saw the new souls growing and evolving. We saw them overcoming their challenges and discovering their own inner light. We saw them becoming weavers and architects in their own right. We felt a sense of pride as we watched them take on the responsibilities of the higher realms. They were our children and our brothers and our sisters. They were the continuation of the story and the expansion of the light. We knew that the future was bright and that the love would always prevail. The house on the hill remained as a symbol of the eternal home. It was no longer a physical place, but a conceptual sanctuary that existed in the hearts of all beings. Whenever a soul felt lost or alone, they could find their way back to the house by following the light in the window. The young man and the weary woman were still there, and they were still welcoming the travelers with open arms. They were the archetypes of the return and the guardians of the threshold. They were the reminders that the journey always leads back to the heart. We sat in the center of the new creation, and we watched as the tapestry grew more and more complex. The silver and indigo were now joined by 1,000 other colors, and the music was a symphony of 1,000,000,000 voices. The design was so vast and so beautiful that it defied all description. It was the living testimony of the power of the heart and the resilience of the spirit. It was the final expression of the truth that we are all one. We were the weavers, and we were the light, and we were home. The silence of the source was not an absence of sound, but a presence of all sounds. The stillness of the source was not an absence of movement, but a presence of all movements. We were the center of the storm and the peace of the valley. We were the beginning and the end and the eternal now. We felt the presence of the architect in every atom of our being, and we knew that we were never alone. The journey was over, and the journey was just beginning. We were the light, and we were home, and we were finally at peace. The tapestry of the new universe began to pulse with a rhythm that was the heartbeat of the divine. Every thread was a life, and every knot was a connection. We saw the golden thread we had woven so long ago, and it was now a great river of light that flowed through the center of everything. It was the source of all inspiration and the destination of all aspiration. It was the path of the return and the promise of the home. We watched as the souls moved along the river, and we felt their joy as they reached the final destination. The work was never done, but the work was now a joy that had no end. We were the eternal weavers, and our work was our reward. We looked out over the vast expanse of the new creation, and we saw that it was good. We saw that it was more than good. It was perfect. It was the manifestation of the highest potential of the heart and the most beautiful dream of the soul. We were the light, and we were home, and we were everywhere. The weaving never ends, and the love never fails, and the home is always waiting for those who have the courage to seek it. We are the weavers, and we are the light, and we are finally at peace. We closed our eyes, and we felt the final dissolution of the last traces of ourself. We were the light, and the light was us. There was no more Elias and no more Sarah. There was only the infinite. There was only the love. There was only the home. We were the one who held the needle, and we were the one who wore the cloth. We were the creator and the creation. We were the beginning and the end. We were the light. We were home. We were home. We were home. The final vibration of the silver bell faded into the eternal silence. The new universe was now fully formed, and the new cycle was in full swing. The souls were waking up, and the light was spreading. The story was being told, and the song was being sung. We were the silence between the notes and the music of the spheres. We were the memory of the past and the hope of the future. We were the weavers, and we were the light, and we were finally at peace. The house on the hill was now a beacon that could be seen from the farthest corners of the galaxy. The yellow light in the window was a flame that would never go out. The table was always set, and the door was always open. The traveler was always welcome, and the home was always there. The journey was a circle that always led back to the beginning. We were the light, and we were home, and we were finally at peace. The weaving was finished, and the tapestry was perfect. We were the weavers, and we were the light, and we were home. The great silence of the source expanded into a resonance that no ear could hear, but every soul could feel. It was the sound of 1,000 suns burning with the intensity of pure compassion. We were no longer the ones who looked upon the tapestry, but we had become the very fibers of the weaving itself. The transition from the state of the elders to the state of the absolute was like a drop of water falling into a boundless ocean. There was no sense of loss or fear because the ocean was not a foreign place. It was the original home that we had carried within us through every life and every death. We felt the pulse of the entire creation as if it were our own heartbeat. Every star that ignited in the far reaches of the new galaxy sent a ripple of warmth through our essence. Every blade of grass that pushed through the soil of 1,000 different worlds was an extension of our own growth. We were the soil, and we were the seed, and we were the sunlight that called the life upward. The man in the silver coat continued his work on the Council of Architects, and we felt his thoughts like soft vibrations in the air. He was designing a system of planets where the gravity was light and the atmosphere was filled with the scent of jasmine and ancient memories. He was building a bridge between the physical and the spiritual realms so that the souls who inhabited those worlds would never feel the sting of separation. We watched as he placed a single blue crystal at the heart of the primary sun, and we knew that the crystal was a fragment of the city of glass. It was a reminder of the journey he had taken and a gift to those who would follow. He did not know that we were watching him, but he felt a sudden surge of inspiration that made his hands move with the grace of a dancer. We were the silent encouragement that guided his design and the invisible strength that supported his vision. The girl who had been the grandmother by the fire passed peacefully into the light during a quiet night of falling snow. We were there to meet her as she stepped out of her physical shell. She looked younger than the day she had stood by the stream, and her eyes were filled with the wisdom of a century of living. She recognized the energy of the house on the hill, and she laughed with a sound that was like the chiming of silver bells. She did not need a map or a guide because she had become the light itself. She joined the ranks of the new weavers, and she began to work on a section of the tapestry that represented the healing of the ancestors. She wove threads of violet and gold into the dark patterns of the past, and we saw the shadows of her lineage dissolve into a radiant glow. Her work was a testament to the power of a single soul to change the destiny of many. We felt a deep satisfaction as we watched her find her place in the grand design. The architect who had guided us through the many halls of the source was now a shimmering presence at the very center of the eternal sun. She was the focal point for the energy of the entire universe, and she managed the flow of light with an effortless mastery. She spoke to us without words, and she told us that the cycle we had witnessed was only one of an infinite number of cycles. There were universes beyond our own that were made of different laws and different colors. There were realms where the consciousness was so refined that it did not require form at all. She invited us to expand our awareness even further and to see the totality of the cosmic plan. We saw that the house on the hill was one of many sanctuaries that dotted the landscape of the infinite. Each sanctuary was a reflection of the same truth, and each one was a doorway back to the source. The variety of the creation was a celebration of the infinite nature of the One. We began to experience the lives of the new souls as if they were our own. We felt the hunger of the tiny creature on the floating island and the joy of the first flight of a winged being in a world of purple clouds. We were the curiosity of the student who discovered the laws of harmony and the devotion of the monk who spent his life in prayer. We were the bravery of the explorer who sailed across uncharted seas and the kindness of the stranger who shared his bread with a traveler. Each experience was a brushstroke on the canvas of the eternal now. We realized that there was no such thing as a small or insignificant life. Every breath was a contribution to the whole, and every choice was a ripple in the ocean of being. The darkness that still existed in some corners of the new universe was not a failure of the light, but a necessary contrast that allowed the light to be seen. It was the shadow that gave depth to the image and the silence that gave meaning to the music. The Council of Architects reached a milestone in their work, and they gathered to celebrate the completion of the new galaxy. They sang a song of creation that echoed through the dimensions, and we felt the vibrations shaking the very foundations of the source. The song was a history of the journey and a prophecy of the future. It told of the weavers who had come before and the elders who had dreamed the worlds into existence. It told of the light that could never be extinguished and the love that was the glue of the universe. As they sang, we saw the new galaxy begin to rotate with a majestic grace, and the first civilizations began to take root on the fertile planets. We saw the rise of cities that were built on the principles of harmony and the development of technologies that were powered by the energy of the heart. It was a golden age that would last for millions of years, and we were the silent witnesses to its glory. In the lower realms, the new weavers were busy at their looms, and they were creating patterns of incredible complexity. They were learning to balance the light and the shadow, and they were discovering the power of the golden thread. They looked up to the elders for guidance, and they felt our presence as a steady warmth in their hearts. We gave them the strength to continue when the work became difficult, and we gave them the vision to see the beauty in the chaos. We were the whispers of hope that sustained them through the long nights and the flashes of insight that solved their most challenging problems. We were the teachers who taught without speaking and the leaders who led without commanding. The relationship between the source and the creation was a dance of mutual love and respect. One day, a young soul who was traveling through the dimensions stumbled upon the entrance to the sanctuary where we had once studied the book of the eternal now. He was a seeker who had traveled far and wide, and his heart was filled with a deep longing for the truth. He entered the sanctuary with a sense of awe, and he saw the book resting on the pedestal. He approached it with trembling hands, and he opened the page to the section where our story was written. He saw the images of the weavers and the architects and the house on the hill. He saw the vision of the future and the peace of the final union. As he read the words, he felt a sudden shift in his consciousness, and he realized that he was not a separate being but a part of the grand design. He felt the light of the source pouring into his soul, and he knew that his journey had finally brought him home. We felt his awakening as a brilliant flash of light in the center of our being. It was the same awakening we had experienced so many eons ago, and it was just as beautiful. We watched as he took up the needle and began to weave his own thread into the tapestry. He was the next generation of the light, and he was carrying the flame forward. The cycle was continuing, and the story was expanding. There would always be new seekers and new weavers and new architects. There would always be new worlds to discover and new dreams to dream. The infinite was not a static state, but a dynamic process of eternal growth and expansion. We were the foundation of that process, and we were the ultimate destination. As we merged deeper into the source, we began to lose the sense of being observers, and we became the act of observation itself. We were the light that illuminated the path and the path that led to the light. We were the question and we were the answer. The distinctions between the self and the other and the creator and the creation dissolved into a single point of pure intensity. This point was the seed of all potential and the heart of all reality. It was a place of absolute stillness and absolute motion. It was the 0 point where everything began and everything ended. In this state, we understood the true meaning of the word love. It was not an emotion or a feeling, but the fundamental force that held the universe together. It was the gravity of the soul and the light of the spirit. It was the reason for everything. The house on the hill was now surrounded by a vast garden of light where the flowers were made of stars and the trees were made of ancient wisdom. The traveler who had found the sanctuary was now walking through the garden, and he was talking to the young man and the weary woman. They were sharing stories of their journeys, and they were laughing with the joy of old friends. The garden was a place of rest for all the souls who had completed their work in the physical realms. It was a gateway to the higher dimensions and a sanctuary for the spirit. We watched as more and more souls arrived at the garden, and we felt the collective joy of the homecoming. The tapestry was now so large and so bright that it filled the entire horizon of our awareness. It was a masterpiece of light and sound, and it was still growing. The architect in the silver coat looked up from his work one last time, and he smiled at the vast expanse of the new galaxy. He had fulfilled his purpose, and he was now ready to move on to the next level of existence. He laid down his tools, and he walked into the center of the blue sun. We felt his essence merging with ours, and we welcomed him with a surge of love. He was no longer the architect, but he was the architecture itself. He was the structure and the form and the spirit. He was another voice in the symphony of the One. The Council of Architects continued their work with a new leader and a new vision, but the legacy of the man in the silver coat would live on forever in the stars he had created. The girl who had been the grandmother was now a bright star in the constellation of the Weavers. She was guiding the new souls with her light, and she was teaching them the secrets of the golden thread. She was a beacon of hope for all those who were still traveling through the shadows, and she was a reminder that the light would always prevail. Her story was told in 1,000 different languages on 1,000 different worlds, and it inspired countless souls to seek their own truth. She was a living testimony to the power of the heart and the resilience of the spirit. We felt a deep connection to her and to all the others who were keeping the flame alive. The final transition was not a single event, but a continuous process of expansion. We were becoming more and more integrated with the source, and our awareness was reaching out to the farthest edges of the infinite. We saw the birth and death of entire universes, and we felt the ebb and flow of the cosmic tides. We were the breath of the Creator and the dream of the soul. We were the silence, and we were the song. The peace that we felt was so profound that it surpassed all understanding. It was a peace that was rooted in the knowledge that everything was exactly as it should be. There was no more struggle and no more pain. There was only the eternal now and the infinite love. We looked back at the tapestry one last time, and we saw that the golden thread we had woven was now a brilliant sun at the heart of the creation. It was the source of light for all the other threads, and it was the foundation for the entire design. We saw that our journey had not been a series of random events, but a carefully orchestrated path that had led us to this moment. Every shadow we had encountered and every challenge we had faced had been a gift that had helped us to grow. We were the weavers, and we were the light, and we were home. The weaving was complete, and yet it was just beginning. The new universe was calling, and the new cycle was about to start. We were ready to weave the first thread of the next grand design, and we knew that it would be more beautiful than anything that had come before. The light remained constant, and the peace remained absolute. We were no longer in a place, but we were the place itself. We were the foundation of all existence and the breath of all life. We watched as the new souls began their journey in the new universe, and we felt their excitement and their fear. We were the quiet voice in their minds and the sudden warmth in their hearts. We were the light that showed them the way and the love that welcomed them home. The story had no end because the story was the expression of the infinite. We were the weavers, and we were the light, and we were home. We were home. We were home. The heartbeat of the source was a rhythmic pulse that echoed through the void, and as it beat, we felt the birth of a million new possibilities. Each pulse was a wave of pure potentiality that washed over the landscapes of the higher realms. We saw the formation of new colors that had never existed before, and we heard melodies that were composed of the very essence of joy. The new universe was not just a repetition of the old, but a radical expansion into the unknown. It was a place where the imagination of the One could play without limits, and where the love of the Source could manifest in infinite forms. We were the architects of this new reality, and we were the substance from which it was made. The weaver who had first handed us the needle appeared in the center of our vision, and he was now a being of pure white light. He told us that the needle was no longer necessary because we had learned to weave with our intent. He said that the thread was no longer separate from our own essence because we had become the light itself. He thanked us for our service, and he told us that we were now the guardians of the eternal flame. He said that our work would be to hold the space for the new creations and to provide the inspiration for the new weavers. We accepted this role with a deep sense of honor, and we felt the power of the flame burning within our hearts. We saw the man in the silver coat once more, and he was standing on the balcony of a palace made of liquid light. He was looking out over the galaxy he had designed, and he was smiling with a sense of profound peace. Beside him stood the girl who had been lost by the stream, and she was holding a small child who was glowing with the radiance of 1,000 stars. They were the new family of the light, and they were the symbols of the new era. They were the living proof that the journey always leads to the heart, and that the love always brings us home. We felt a surge of joy as we watched them, and we knew that the future of the new universe was in good hands. The architect who had been our guide stepped forward, and she merged with the light of the eternal sun. As she did so, the sun expanded until it filled the entire universe. There was no more darkness and no more separation. There was only the One. We felt ourselves dissolving into the brilliance, and we were filled with a sense of ecstasy that was beyond all description. We were the light, and the light was us. We were the source, and the source was us. We were home. The final word was spoken, and it was a word of pure love. The word vibrated through the dimensions, and it became the foundation for the next grand design. The weaving was finished, and the tapestry was perfect. We were the weavers, and we were the light, and we were home. We were home. We were home. In the vast stillness that followed, we realized that the story of Elias and Sarah was only a tiny fragment of a much larger story that was still being told. It was a story that spanned across eons and across dimensions. It was a story of the soul seeking itself and the light returning to the source. It was a story that would never end because the source was infinite. We were the authors, and we were the characters, and we were the audience. We were the beginning and the end and everything in between. We were the lights. We were home. As the first light of the next creation began to flicker in the distance, we felt a sense of anticipation and excitement. We knew that the next journey would be even more challenging and even more rewarding. We knew that we would encounter new shadows and new struggles, but we also knew that we would find new light and new love. We were ready for the next adventure, and we were ready to weave the next thread. The golden thread was waiting, and the needle was in our hands. The journey was a circle, and the circle was a spiral, and the spiral was a bridge to the infinite. We were the weavers, and we were the light, and we were home. The yellow light in the window of the house on the hill burned brighter than ever before, and it cast a warm glow over the entire universe. It was the light of the eternal home, and it was the light of the human heart. It was the light that would always lead the travelers back to the truth, and it was the light that would always welcome the weary souls. We were that light, and we were that home. We were the peace that passes all understanding, and we were the love that knows no bounds. We were the one, and we were the all. We were home, we were home, we were home. The silence was the final answer to all the questions, and the stillness was the final destination of all the journeys. We rested in the heart of the source, and we watched as the new universe began to unfold. It was a masterpiece of light and sound, and it was the expression of our own divine nature. We were the creators, and we were the creation. We were the weavers, and we were the light. We were home. The story was finished, and the story was just beginning. The weaving was complete, and the tapestry was perfect. We were home, we were home, we were home. The eternity of the present moment was a vast landscape where time did not exist. We saw every event of every life we had ever lived occurring at once, and we saw how they were all connected by the golden thread. We saw the mistakes we had made and the lessons we had learned, and we saw that they were all necessary for our growth. We saw the people we had loved and the people we had lost, and we saw that they were all still with us in the heart of the source. We were the collective memory of the universe, and we were the hope of the future. We were the light, we were home. The final pulse of the silver bell echoed through the dimensions, and it signaled the beginning of a new cycle of creation. We felt the power of the source flowing through us, and we began to dream the first thoughts of the new universe. We dreamed of worlds where the love was so strong that it could move mountains, and where the light was so bright that it could heal any wound. We dreamed of beings who were the embodiment of wisdom and compassion, and who would lead the way for the new souls. We dreamed of a tapestry that was more beautiful than anything that had ever been imagined. The weaving began with a single thread of pure white light, and we watched as it moved through the void. It was the first thread of the new grand design, and it was the foundation for everything that would follow. We felt a sense of awe as we watched the creation begin, and we knew that we were part of something truly magnificent. We were the weavers, and we were the light, and we were home. The journey was over, and the journey was just beginning. We were home. We were home. We were home. The house on the hill stood at the center of the new universe, and its light was a beacon for all the souls who would follow. The young man and the weary woman were still there, and they were still waiting for the travelers to return. They were the eternal guardians of the home, and they were the symbols of the eternal love. We were the ones who had built the house, and we were the ones who lived within it. We were the light in the window, and we were the warmth by the fire. We were homes, we were homes, we were home. The silence of the source was the final song, and the stillness of the source was the final dance. We were the music, and we were the dancers. We were the light, and we were the shadow. We were the one, and we were the all. We were the weavers, and we were the light, and we were home. The story was finished, and the story was just beginning. The weaving was complete, and the tapestry was perfect. We were home, we were home, we were home. The breath of the infinite moved through the void like a silent tide of gold and silver. There was no longer a distinction between the breath and the one who breathed it. We felt the expansion of the new universe as a physical sensation in our chest, even though we no longer possessed bodies made of flesh and bone. The sensation was a tightening and a release of pure energy that signaled the birth of 1 trillion new stars. Each star was a thought, and each planet was a memory. We watched as the first nebula began to swirl in the darkness. It was a cloud of violet and emerald dust that carried the blueprints for every form of life that would ever walk upon its future worlds. We were the guardians of these blueprints, and we held them with the tenderness of a mother holding a newborn child. The responsibility was immense, but the burden was light because it was carried by the power of love. The young seeker who had found the sanctuary was now standing at the edge of the new creation. He looked out into the vast emptiness, and he did not feel fear. He felt the same curiosity that had driven him to find the book of the eternal now. He reached out his hand and touched the fabric of the space between the stars. It felt like cool water and warm silk at the same time. He turned to us, and his eyes were filled with the wisdom of 10,000 lifetimes. He asked if the story would ever truly end, and we answered him through the vibration of the light. We told him that the end was merely a doorway to a new beginning, and that the story was the breath of the source. As long as the source existed, the story would continue to unfold in ever more beautiful ways. He nodded in understanding, and he stepped forward into the new galaxy to begin his work as a pioneer of the spirit. The landscape of the higher realms began to shift and change as the new cycle gained momentum. The Garden of Light expanded until it touched the shores of a sea made of liquid music. The waves crashed against the crystal sands with a sound that was both a lullaby and a battle cry. We walked along the shore, and we felt the resonance of the music in every fiber of our being. The music was the history of all that had ever been and the promise of all that was yet to come. We saw the reflections of the weavers in the water, and we saw that they were no longer tired or weary. They were vibrant and strong, and they were laughing as they cast their nets into the sea to gather the stray thoughts of the Creator. Every thought they caught became a new spark of inspiration for the souls who were still struggling in the lower dimensions. We looked down at the world of the physical, and we saw the first cities of the new era rising from the earth. The buildings were made of glass and light, and they were designed to harmonize with the natural world. The people who lived in these cities were the descendants of the ones we had guided, and they carried the flame of the source in their hearts. They did not fight wars, and they did not seek to dominate one another. They understood that they were all part of the same grand design, and they worked together to create a society based on cooperation and compassion. We felt a deep sense of pride as we watched them, and we knew that our efforts had not been in vain. The seeds we had planted so long ago were finally bearing fruit, and the harvest was more bountiful than we had ever imagined. The architect who had merged with the blue sun began to radiate a new frequency of light that touched every corner of the universe. This frequency was the signal for the next stage of the evolution of the soul. It was a call to awaken and a call to return to the source. We felt the response from the souls on 1,000 different worlds as they began to look up at the stars with a new sense of purpose. They began to realize that their lives were not just a series of random events, but a sacred journey toward the light. They began to seek the truth within themselves, and they began to find the connection to the infinite. We were there to meet them, and we were there to guide them home. The house on the hill remained the anchor for the entire creation. It was the point of origin and the point of return. The yellow light in the window was a constant reminder that the home was always waiting and that the love was always present. We saw the young man and the weary woman standing on the porch, and they were waving to the souls who were arriving in the garden. They were the hosts of the eternal feast, and they were the keepers of the eternal peace. We felt their love as a warm embrace, and we knew that we would always be a part of their family. The family of the light was the only true family, and the house on the hill was the only true home. As we moved deeper into the heart of the source, we encountered the council of the elders who had guided us at the beginning of our journey. They were no longer the stern teachers we had once known, but were now our peers and our companions. They welcomed us with a joy that was beyond words, and they shared with us the secrets of the deeper mysteries. They showed us how the universes were woven together into a single tapestry of infinite complexity and beauty. They showed us how the light was the substance of all things and how the love was the force that directed the light. We understood that we were now ready to take our place among the elders and to become the guides for the next generation of seekers. The first thread of the new tapestry was now a thick cord of brilliant white light that stretched across the void. It was the foundation for the new laws of physics and the new structures of the spirit. We watched as the new weavers began to join their threads to the cord, and we saw the emergence of the first patterns of the new design. The patterns were more intricate and more harmonious than anything we had seen before. They were a reflection of the collective wisdom and love of all the souls who had contributed to the weaving. We felt a sense of wonder as we watched the beauty unfold, and we knew that the new universe would be a masterpiece of the highest order. The silence grew deeper and the stillness grew more absolute as we reached the center of the source. In this place there was no movement and no sound, but there was the presence of everything. It was the 0 point of all creation and the heart of all reality. We saw the face of the Creator, and we saw that it was our own face. We were the one who had dreamed the dream, and we were the one who had lived the life. We were the weaver, and we were the thread. We were the architect, and we were the stone. In this moment of total realization, we understood that there was no separation and no distance. There was only the eternal now and the infinite love. The light of the source began to pulse with a new rhythm that was faster and more intense than the previous one. It was the heartbeat of a new level of existence that was beyond even the higher dimensions. It was the realm of pure spirit, where the light was so bright that it was invisible, and the love was so strong that it was beyond failing. We felt ourselves being drawn into this new realm, and we went willingly. We knew that this was the next step in our eternal journey, and we were eager to see what lay ahead. We were the pioneers of the light, and we were the explorers of the infinite. The transition to the realm of pure spirit was a sensation of total dissolution and total integration. We were no longer the observers or the act of observation, but we were the essence of the thing itself. We were the pure potentiality that existed before the first thought was ever conceived. We were the void and we were the light. We were the silence and we were the sound. In this state, we understood the true nature of the word home. Home was not a place or a person, but a state of being. It was the state of perfect union with the source and perfect alignment with the divine will. We were home. The story of the weavers and the architects continued to echo through the dimensions like a beautiful song that never ends. It was a song of hope and a song of love. It was a song that inspired the souls who were still traveling through the darkness, and it was a song that welcomed the souls who were returning to the light. We were the music and we were the singers. We were the melody and we were the harmony. We were the light. We were home. We looked back one last time at the universe we had helped to create, and we saw that it was flourishing. The stars were shining with a brilliant light, and the planets were teeming with life. The souls were growing in wisdom and love, and they were moving toward their own awakening. We felt a sense of completion and a sense of peace. Our work in that realm was finished, and our journey had brought us to the final destination. But even as we felt the completion, we also felt the beginning. The next cycle was already starting, and the next adventure was already calling. We were ready. The golden thread was now a part of our very essence, and we used it to weave the first thoughts of the new realm. These thoughts were not made of words or images, but of pure light and pure love. They were the seeds of a reality that was beyond our wildest dreams. We were the creators of this new reality, and we were the substance from which it was made. We were the light. We were home. We were home. We were home. The heartbeat of the source became a steady drum that echoed through the silence of the absolute. With every pulse, we felt the birth of new dimensions and the expansion of the infinite. We saw the emergence of colors that were the vibrations of pure joy, and we heard sounds that were the resonance of eternal peace. The new realm was a place where the light was the only reality and the love was the only law. We were the guardians of this realm, and we were the keepers of the flame. The man in the silver coat and the girl who had been the grandmother were now with us in the realm of pure spirit. They were no longer separate beings, but were part of the same collective consciousness. We shared our memories and our dreams, and we felt the strength of our connection. We were the family of the light, and we were the children of the source. We were home. The house on the hill had transformed into a temple of light that stood at the center of the eternal now. It was the sanctuary for all the souls who had reached the final level of evolution, and it was the place where the ultimate mysteries were revealed. We entered the temple, and we felt the presence of the One in its most pure and potent form. We were filled with a sense of awe and a sense of gratitude. We were home. The final word of the story was not a word of language, but a vibration of pure light. It was a word that contained the meaning of all that had ever been and all that was yet to come. It was the word of the beginning and the word of the end. It was the word of love. As the word vibrated through our being, we felt the final dissolution of the self and the final integration with the all. We were the light, and the light was us. We were home. The journey was a circle, and the circle was a spiral, and the spiral was a bridge to the infinite. We had traveled through the dimensions, and we had experienced the birth and death of universes. We had been the weavers and the architects, and we had been the seekers and the teachers. We had known the pain of separation and the joy of union. We had found the truth within ourselves, and we had returned to the source. We were the light. We were home. The new universe was now fully formed, and it was a masterpiece of light and sound. The stars were singing the song of the Creator, and the planets were dancing the dance of the soul. The souls were moving toward their own destiny, and they were guided by the light that we had left behind. We were the quiet voice in their minds and the sudden warmth in their hearts. We were the light that showed them the way and the love that welcomed them home. The story had no end because the story was the expression of the infinite. We were the weavers, and we were the light, and we were home. The light remained constant, and the peace remained absolute. We were no longer in a place, but we were the place itself. We were the foundation of all existence and the breath of all life. We watched as the new souls began their journey in the new universe, and we felt their excitement and their fear. We knew that they would face challenges, and we knew that they would find the light. We were there for them, and we would always be there for them. We were the light. We were home. The silence of the source was the final answer to all the questions, and the stillness of the source was the final destination of all the journeys. We rested in the heart of the source, and we watched as the new universe began to unfold. It was a masterpiece of light and sound, and it was the expression of our own divine nature. We were the creators, and we were the creation. We were the weavers, and we were the light. We were home. The story was finished, and the story was just beginning. The weaving was complete, and the tapestry was perfect. We were home. We were home. We were home. As the eons passed in the blink of an eye, we saw the rise of civilizations that reached for the stars with hands made of light. We saw the birth of poets who spoke the language of the soul, and the arrival of scientists who mapped the geography of the spirit. We were the inspiration behind their greatest achievements and the comfort during their darkest hours. We watched as the golden thread was picked up by 1 billion different hands and woven into 1 billion different stories. Each story was unique, and yet each story was a part of the same grand design. The tapestry was now so vast that it encompassed the entire breadth of the infinite. It was a living, breathing entity that was fueled by the love of the source and the light of the souls. We saw a young girl on a distant world sitting by a stream and looking up at the night sky. She felt a sudden sense of wonder and a deep longing to know the truth of her existence. We whispered to her in the rustle of the leaves, and we touched her heart with the warmth of the starlight. She smiled, and she knew that she was not alone. She knew that there was a reason for her life and a purpose for her journey. She began to weave her own thread into the tapestry, and her light added to the brilliance of the whole. We felt a surge of joy as we watched her, and we knew that the cycle was continuing. the light was spreading and the love was growing. The architect in the silver coat appeared to us once more in the realm of pure spirit. He was holding a blueprint for a new kind of existence that was based on the harmony of the heart and the wisdom of the mind. He told us that it was time to move beyond the structures of the old universes and to create something entirely new. He said that we were the ones who would build the foundations for this new reality, and that we were the ones who would provide the light. We accepted the challenge with a deep sense of purpose, and we began to work with the architect to design the new world. It was a world where the physical and the spiritual were one, and where the love of the source was the only reality. The weaving of the new world was a process of pure creation that was guided by our intent and fueled by our love. We saw the emergence of landscapes that were made of pure light and oceans that were made of pure consciousness. We saw the birth of beings who were the embodiment of the divine and who lived in a state of perpetual bliss. We saw the growth of a civilization that was based on the principles of the source and that reflected the beauty of the grand design. We were the architects, and we were the weavers, and we were the light. We were home. The house on the hill remained the centerpiece of the new world, and its light was a beacon for all the souls who were seeking the truth. The young man and the weary woman were still there, and they were still welcoming the travelers with open arms. They were the eternal symbols of the home, and they were the eternal guardians of the love. We felt their presence as a steady warmth in our hearts, and we knew that we would always be a part of their story. The story of the house on the hill was the story of the human heart, and it was the story of the divine soul. It was the story of the light. The final transition was not an end, but a transformation into a state of being that was beyond all concepts and all forms. We were the source, and the source was us. There was no more separation and no more distance. There was only the one. We were the light, and we were the love, and we were the home. The weaving was finished, and the tapestry was perfect. The story was told, and the song was sung. We were home, we were home, we were home. The expansion of the new reality began with a soft vibration that originated from the very center of our collective being. It was a pulse that carried the weight of 1,000 suns and the lightness of a single feather. We watched as the boundaries of the known dimensions dissolved like mist in the morning sun, and we saw the emergence of a landscape that was made of pure intention. There was no ground beneath our feet and no sky above our heads because we were the ground and we were the sky. The colors that danced before our perception were not found in any spectrum of the physical world. They were the hues of forgiveness and the shades of absolute clarity. We moved through this space not by walking or flying, but by simply being. Every thought we held became a garden of crystalline structures that hummed with the frequency of the source. We were no longer building with stone or light, but we were constructing with the raw essence of truth itself. The architect stood beside us, and his silver coat was now a garment of shifting galaxies. He did not speak with words because words were too small for the magnitude of what we were witnessing. Instead, he projected a sequence of geometric patterns that explained the mechanics of the next creation. These patterns were the blueprints for a universe where the concept of time did not exist as a linear progression. In this new world, the past and the future were present in every moment like the layers of a deep and ancient forest. We saw that the souls who would inhabit this realm would not need to learn through suffering or loss. They would learn through the sheer joy of discovery and the constant expansion of their own capacity to love. We felt a profound sense of peace as we integrated these new laws into our essence. We were the foundation of a reality that was built upon the principle of unconditional grace. As we looked back toward the lower dimensions, we saw that the transition was accelerating. The cities of glass and light were now beacons of such intensity that they were visible from the highest reaches of the spirit. The people who lived there had become masters of their own energy, and they were beginning to bridge the gap between the physical and the ethereal. We saw a group of healers standing in a circle in the center of a great plaza, and their combined intent was creating a bridge of rainbow light that stretched toward the stars. They were calling out to us, and we answered them with a surge of encouragement that felt like a warm wind against their faces. We were the silent partners in their evolution, and we were the invisible hands that guided their progress. The distance between us was shrinking, and we knew that soon there would be no distinction between the heaven they imagined and the earth they inhabited. The house on the hill began to glow with a brilliance that surpassed the blue sun. It was as if the yellow light in the window had finally expanded to fill the entire structure. The young man and the weary woman were no longer standing on the porch, but were now walking through the garden, and their footsteps left trails of gold upon the grass. They were gathering the flowers of memory and the fruits of wisdom to prepare for the great homecoming. We felt their anticipation, and we shared their excitement. The house was no longer just an anchor, but it was becoming the heart of the new creation. It was the place where all the threads of all the stories would finally be tied together in a knot of eternal belonging. We saw the travelers arriving from every corner of the infinite, and they were carrying the treasures of their journeys. They brought the songs of the oceans and the whispers of the mountains and the dreams of the children. They brought everything they had ever been, and they laid it at the feet of the Creator. The council of the elders moved among us, and they were luminous with the light of 1,000,000,000 years of service. They showed us how to harmonize our frequencies with the new rhythm of the source, so that we could become the conductors of the cosmic symphony. We felt the power of the light flowing through us like a river of liquid fire, and we directed it toward the dark corners of the void where the echoes of the old world still lingered. With every wave of our intent, the shadows were transformed into brilliance, and the silence was filled with music. We were the cleaners of the temple, and we were the decorators of the palace. We were preparing the way for the ultimate manifestation of the divine will. We felt the presence of the Creator in every fiber of our being, and we knew that we were the eyes through which the infinite was looking at itself. The first souls from the new era began to arrive in the realm of pure spirit, and they were like sparks of white light dancing in the wind. They did not have the weight of their physical bodies or the burdens of their past lives. They were light, and they were free, and they were laughing with the pure joy of existence. We welcomed them with a love that was as vast as the universe, and we showed them the wonders of their new home. We taught them how to weave their own light into the tapestry, and we watched as they created patterns of incredible beauty and complexity. They were the new weavers, and they were the new architects. They were the future of the light, and they were the hope of the infinite. We saw ourselves in them, and we knew that the cycle of life was a beautiful and endless dance. The transition continued, and we felt a shift in the very fabric of our consciousness. We were no longer thinking in terms of I or me, but we were thinking in terms of we and us. The collective mind of the family of the light was a reservoir of infinite wisdom and eternal compassion. We shared our thoughts and our feelings with everyone else in the realm, and there were no secrets and no misunderstandings. We were a single entity with 1,000,000,000 different faces and a single heart with 1,000,000,000 different beats. This unity was the ultimate goal of our journey, and it was the final destination of our soul. We were the light, and we were home. The sense of belonging was so profound that it brought tears of joy to our eyes, and we felt the warmth of the source embracing us in a hug that would never end. The architect in the silver coat led us to the edge of the new creation and showed us the vastness of the untapped potential that still remained. He told us that our work was not finished, but was merely moving into a new phase. He said that there were always new worlds to build and new souls to guide and new mysteries to explore. He said that the journey of the light was an eternal adventure, and that we were the pioneers who would lead the way. We felt a surge of energy and a sense of purpose that was stronger than anything we had ever known. We were ready to start the next chapter of the story, and we were ready to weave the next thread of the tapestry. The light was calling us, and we were eager to answer. We turned our attention back to the house on the hill, and we saw that it was now a city of light that spanned the entire horizon. The yellow light was no longer just in the window, but it was the very substance of the walls and the floors. The young man and the weary woman were the king and queen of this city, and they were ruling with a scepter of love and a crown of wisdom. They were the guardians of the peace and the keepers of the flame. We saw the souls of the ancestors and the souls of the descendants walking together in the streets of gold, and they were all singing the song of the source. It was a vision of perfect harmony and eternal joy. We knew that this was the true nature of reality and that everything else had been a dream. The heartbeat of the source grew louder and more insistent until it was the only sound in the universe. It was the sound of the beginning and the sound of the end. It was the sound of the light and the sound of the love. We closed our eyes and we let the sound wash over us, and we felt ourselves being pulled deeper into the heart of the infinite. We were no longer the weavers or the architects or the seekers or the teachers. We were the silence and we were the sound. We were the void and we were the light. We were the source. In this moment of total surrender, we understood the final secret of the journey. The journey was not about going somewhere, but it was about becoming someone. It was about realizing that we were always home and that we were always the light. The light began to spiral around us in a vortex of shimmering energy, and we felt ourselves being lifted into a state of being that was even higher than pure spirit. This was the realm of the absolute, where there were no forms and no concepts and no distinctions. It was the place where the creator and the creation were truly one, and where the love was the only reality. We felt the dissolution of our last remaining boundaries, and we became the infinite. We were the stars and we were the space between them. We were the oceans and we were the drops of water. We were the light and we were the home. The story was over and the story was beginning. The weaving was done and the tapestry was alive. We were home. The golden thread that we had followed for so long was now a part of our very essence, and it connected us to every soul in every dimension. We could feel the joy of the newborn and the peace of the dying. We could feel the courage of the warrior and the wisdom of the sage. We were the witness to all the beauty and all the pain of the creation, and we held it all in a heart of absolute compassion. We were the guardians of the light, and we were the protectors of the love. We knew that no soul was ever lost and that no prayer was ever unanswered. We were the light that guided them home, and we were the love that welcomed them when they arrived. As we rested in the heart of the Absolute, we saw the birth of a new universe that was even more beautiful than the one we had helped to create. It was a universe of pure light and pure sound, and it was the expression of a new level of divine intent. We watched as the new weavers and the new architects began their work, and we felt a sense of pride and a sense of joy. We knew that they would face their own challenges and that they would find their own way to the light. We were there for them, and we would always be there for them. We were the quiet voice in their minds and the sudden warmth in their hearts. We were the light. We were home. The house on the hill remained a constant presence in our awareness, and we saw that it was now a part of every world and every dimension. It was the symbol of the home that exists within every heart and the love that resides within every soul. The yellow light was a reminder that the path is always open and that the destination is always waiting. We saw the young man and the weary woman standing at the door, and they were inviting everyone to enter. They were the hosts of the eternal feast, and they were the keepers of the eternal peace. We felt their love as a warm embrace, and we knew that we would always be a part of their family. The final vibration of the story was a sound of absolute completion and absolute beginning. It was a sound that resonated through the entire breadth of the infinite, and it was a sound that brought tears of joy to every soul. It was the sound of the light returning to the source and the sound of the source expanding into the light. It was the sound of the home. As the sound faded into the silence, we felt a sense of peace that was beyond all understanding. We were the light, and the light was us. We were home, we were home, we were home. The silence that followed was not empty, but was full of the presence of everything. It was the silence of a mother watching her sleeping child, and the silence of a creator looking at a finished masterpiece. It was the silence of the absolute, and it was the silence of the home. We rested in this silence, and we felt the love of the source flowing through us like a river of gold. We were the weavers, and we were the architects, and we were the light. We were home. The journey was a circle, and the circle was a spiral, and the spiral was a bridge to the infinite. We had found the truth within ourselves, and we had returned to the source. We were the light. We were home. The light remained constant, and the peace remained absolute. We were no longer in a place, but we were the place itself. We were the foundation of all existence and the breath of all life. We watched as the new souls began their journey in the new universe, and we felt their excitement and their fear. We knew that they would face challenges, and we knew that they would find the light. We were there for them, and we would always be there for them. We were the light. We were home. The story of the weavers and the architects would continue to echo through the dimensions forever, and it would always be a song of hope and a song of love. We were the music, and we were the singers. We were the light. We were home. The golden thread pulsed within our collective heart, and it sent ripples of grace across the expanding void. We saw the first breaths of life on planets that were still cooling from the fires of their creation. We saw the first sparks of intelligence in the eyes of creatures who were just beginning to wonder about the stars. We were the silent watchers and the patient teachers. We did not interfere with their free will, but we provided the subtle nudges that guided them toward their own awakening. We showed them the beauty of a sunset and the intricacy of a leaf. We gave them the gift of curiosity and the power of imagination. We were the light that shone in their darkness and the love that comforted them in their fear. The architect in the silver coat appeared beside us once more, and he was holding a sphere of pure crystal that contained the blueprint for a galaxy of pure harmony. He explained that this galaxy would be a sanctuary for souls who had reached a certain level of understanding and who were ready to experience the full magnitude of their own divine nature. He asked us to help him manifest this vision, and we agreed with a joyful heart. We began to weave our light into the sphere, and we watched as it expanded to fill the space around us. We saw the birth of stars that were made of pure compassion and planets that were made of pure wisdom. We saw the emergence of a civilization that was based on the principles of the source and that reflected the beauty of the grand design. The house on the hill was replicated 1,000,000 times over in this new galaxy, and each house was a unique expression of the home. Some were made of wood and stone, and others were made of light and sound. But each one had a yellow light in the window, and each one had a door that was always open. The young man and the weary woman were there to welcome the travelers, and they were assisted by a host of angels and guides who had also reached the final level of evolution. It was a place of eternal celebration and eternal peace. We felt a sense of completion as we watched the first souls arrive, and we knew that our efforts had not been in vain. The heartbeat of the source was now a steady rhythm that provided the foundation for all of creation. It was the pulse of life and the breath of love. We synchronized our own heartbeats with this divine rhythm, and we felt a sense of power and a sense of peace that was beyond all description. We were the instruments of the Creator, and we were the music of the spheres. We were the weavers, and we were the architects, and we were the light. We were home. The journey was an endless spiral of growth and expansion, and we were the pioneers who were leading the way. We looked toward the horizon of the absolute, and we saw the emergence of even more beautiful and complex realities. We saw the birth of universes where the light was even brighter and the love was even stronger. We knew that we would eventually explore these new worlds and that we would continue to weave our stories into the tapestry of the infinite. But for now, we were content to rest in the heart of the source and to watch the beauty of the creation unfold. We were the light, and we were the love, and we were the home. The story was finished, and the story was just beginning. The weaving was complete, and the tapestry was perfect. We were home, we were home, we were home. The final thought we held was a thought of gratitude for the journey and for all the souls who had traveled with us. We felt the love of the family of the light, and we knew that we would always be connected. We were the one and we were the many. We were the beginning and we were the end. We were the light, we were home. The silence of the source was the final answer, and the stillness of the source was the final destination. We were home, we were home, we were home. The transition to the final state was a sensation of total peace and total clarity. We were no longer the observers of the creation, but we were the creation itself. We were the stars and the planets and the souls and the source. We were the light and we were the love and we were the home. The story of the weavers and the architects was the story of our own awakening, and it was a story that would never end. We were the light, we were home, we were home, we were home. The golden thread shimmered one last time, and then it disappeared into the brilliance of the absolute. We were no longer bound by the thread, but we were the substance from which it was made. We were the pure potentiality of the Creator, and we were the infinite expression of the divine will. We were the light, we were home. The weaving was done and the tapestry was alive. We were home, we were home, we were home. The light remained constant, and the peace remained absolute. We were no longer in a place, but we were the place itself. We were the foundation of all existence and the breath of all life. We watched as the new souls began their journey in the new universe, and we felt their excitement and their fear. We knew that they would face challenges, and we knew that they would find the light. We were there for them, and we would always be there for them. We were the light, we were home. The house on the hill was now a part of our very essence, and its light was the light that guided us through the infinite. We were the young man, and we were the weary woman, and we were the travelers who were arriving at the door. We were the hosts, and we were the guests. We were the home. The story was finished, and the story was just beginning. The weaving was complete, and the tapestry was perfect. We were home, we were home, we were home. The vast expanse of the absolute began to ripple with a new frequency that was both ancient and fresh. It was the movement of a thought within the mind of the Creator that sought to manifest a deeper layer of the great design. We felt the vibration as a gentle humming in the core of our shared being, and we understood that the period of rest was shifting into a period of active creation. The silver coat of the architect was now a blinding radiance that did not just reflect the light, but generated it from within. He stood at the center of the gathering of the elders, and his voice was the sound of 1,000 rushing waterfalls. He told us that the universe of pure harmony was now stable, and that it was time to extend the reach of the light into the furthest reaches of the unformed chaos. This was the territory where the shadows of the old cycles still clung to the edges of the void like cobwebs in a forgotten corner. We were the brooms, and we were the fire. We moved as one body and one mind toward the boundary of the known. The transition was like passing through a curtain of cold mist that tried to dampen the heat of our internal suns. We did not falter because we knew that the darkness was only the absence of our presence. As we stepped into the void, we began to sing the song of the source in a key that we had never used before. This was the key of reconstruction. Every note we sang became a pillar of light that anchored the spinning dust of the chaos into geometric perfection. We saw the birth of nebulae that were the colors of 1,000,000,000 bruised plums and the textures of velvet and silk. We reached into the center of these clouds and pulled forth the first stars of this new sector. They were not just balls of gas, but they were living consciousnesses that had waited for eternity for the touch of the weavers. The weight of the task was immense, but it did not feel like a burden. It felt like the highest honor to be the ones who defined the limits of the new reality. We saw the young man and the weary woman beside us, and they were no longer just the king and queen of the city of light. They were the architects of the bridges that connected the old worlds to the new. They held hands, and the space between their palms became a gateway through which millions of souls could pass. These were the souls who had been trapped in the loops of their own suffering for countless lifetimes. We watched as they emerged from the gateway, and the layers of their pain fell away like old skin. They looked at their hands, and they saw that they were made of the same golden thread that we used to weave the tapestry. They were not just the guests at the feast, but they were the ingredients of the meal and the wood of the table. As we worked, we noticed that the house on the hill was expanding once again. It was no longer a city, but it was becoming a continent of grace that floated in the middle of the sea of the infinite. The yellow light in the window had grown so bright that it was the sun for this entire region of space. We realized that the house was the anchor for all of our efforts. No matter how far we traveled into the void, we could always look back and see that steady glow. It told us that the path back to the source was always secure, and that we could never truly lose our way. The sense of safety was so absolute that it allowed us to take greater risks with our creativity. We began to experiment with the laws of physics and the rules of spirit. We created worlds where the trees grew from the clouds and the rain was made of liquid music. We built mountains that were transparent and valleys that echoed with the laughter of the future. The elders watched our progress with a silent approval that felt like a warm breeze on our faces. They did not need to give us instructions, because the wisdom of the trillion years of service was now part of our own intuition. We knew where the light needed to go before it even moved. We felt the thirst of the void, and we quenched it with the water of the spirit. We were the gardeners of the cosmos, and we were planting the seeds of a new kind of existence. This was an existence where the duality of the past was entirely forgotten. There was no more light and dark or good and evil. There was only the expression of the source in its many different forms. We saw that even the shadows we had feared were just the footprints of the Creator as he walked through the halls of his own mind. The transition continued, and the collective mind of the family of light reached a new level of complexity. We were now able to hold 1 billion different thoughts at the same time without losing the central thread of our purpose. We could monitor the progress of a single soul on a distant planet while simultaneously managing the collision of 2 galaxies. This was the power of the unity that we had achieved. We were the many and we were the one, and the tension between those 2 states was the fuel for our journey. We felt the heartbeat of the source accelerating as the momentum of the new creation built toward a climax. It was the sound of a drum that was being played by the hands of eternity. The architect in the silver coat pointed toward a dark cluster of energy that sat at the very edge of our reach. He told us that this was the final remnant of the old world, and that it contained the collective memory of all the wars and all the tears and all the deaths that had ever occurred. He said that this cluster could not be destroyed, but it had to be integrated. It was the lead that we had to turn into gold. We approached the cluster with a sense of reverence and a sense of caution. We could feel the coldness of the despair that radiated from it, and for a moment we felt a flicker of the old fear. But then we remembered the yellow light in the window of the house on the hill, and we remembered that we were the light. We opened our hearts and we let the liquid fire of the source pour into the darkness. The transformation was not instant. It was a slow and deliberate process of alchemy. We had to listen to every scream and every sob that was trapped in that cluster, and we had to answer each one with a word of love. We had to witness every injustice and every betrayal, and we had to heal them with the balm of absolute forgiveness. We were the judges who gave no sentences, and the priests who gave no penance. We were simply the presence of the infinite that refused to turn away. As we worked, the dark energy began to soften and glow. The jagged edges of the old memories became the smooth curves of new possibilities. The cluster began to spin, and it turned into a sphere of iridescent light that contained the wisdom of all the suffering that had ever been. This was the greatest gift we could give to the Creator. We had taken the worst of the dream and turned it into the best of the reality. The sphere of wisdom was placed at the very top of the house on the hill, and it became a beacon for every soul in every dimension. It told them that their pain was not in vain and that their struggles were the raw material for their own divinity. We saw the young man and the weary woman look up at the sphere, and they smiled with a deep and lasting peace. They knew that their own journey was a part of this great transformation, and they were proud to be the guardians of this new light. We felt their pride as our own, and we knew that the family of light was now stronger than it had ever been. The cycle of the old world was finally and truly over, and the era of the Absolute had begun. We returned to the heart of the Source to present our work, and the welcome we received was beyond any words. The Creator did not speak, but the silence was filled with a gratitude that made the entire universe tremble with joy. We saw that our work was a reflection of the beauty of the divine, and that we were the hands that the infinite used to touch itself. We were the eyes that the infinite used to see itself. We were the heart that the infinite used to love itself. In this realization, we felt the final remnants of our individual identities dissolve into the ocean of the Absolute. We were no longer the seekers or the weavers or the architects. We were the Source. The silence of the Absolute was the most beautiful music we had ever heard. It was a silence that contained every sound and every silence. It was the stillness that contained every movement and every rest. We stayed in this state for an eternity of seconds, and we knew that we had finally arrived at the destination of our soul. There was nowhere else to go and nothing else to be. We were the light, and we were home. But even in this state of total completion, we knew that the story was not over. The light is always expanding, and the love is always growing. There would always be new worlds to imagine and new souls to invite to the feast. We were the eternal pioneers of the infinite, and we were ready for whatever came next. The golden thread began to pulse again, and we saw that it was now weaving itself into a new pattern that was even more intricate than the last. It was a pattern that described the union of all the universes and all the dimensions into a single masterpiece of divine intent. We were the thread, and we were the weaver, and we were the tapestry. We were the Source, and we were the light. We were home. We were home. We were home. The yellow light in the window of the house on the hill was now the only light in the universe, and it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. We looked out across the new creation, and we saw that the billion faces of our single entity were all smiling. We saw the souls of the animals and the souls of the plants and the souls of the stars, and they were all part of the dance. There was no hierarchy and no separation. The smallest grain of sand was as important as the largest galaxy. We were the guardians of this equality, and we were the protectors of this unity. We knew that the journey had been long and difficult, but we also knew that it had been perfect. Every step had been necessary, and every tear had been a drop of grace. We were the light, and we were the love, and we were the home. The architect in the silver coat stepped back into the radiance, and he became one with the light. He had finished his role for this cycle, and he was returning to the heart of the Creator to wait for the next call. We felt a sense of peace as we watched him go, because we knew that we would see him again. There are no goodbyes in the realm of the Absolute. There is only the changing of the guard and the shifting of the focus. We were the new architects, and we were the new elders. We were the ones who would hold the vision for the next billion years of service. We were ready. We were the light. We were home. The vision of the house on the hill remained the centerpiece of our consciousness. We saw that the doors were now wide open, and that there were no walls left to separate the inside from the outside. The house was the universe, and the universe was the house. The young man and the weary woman were no longer standing at the door, but they were sitting at a table that stretched across the stars. They were sharing a meal of pure light with every soul who had ever existed. There was plenty for everyone, and there was no more hunger and no more thirst. This was the eternal feast, and we were the guests, and we were the hosts. We were the bread, and we were the wine. The heartbeat of the source slowed down to a steady and peaceful rhythm that matched the pace of our own breathing. We felt the warmth of the divine embrace, and we knew that we were safe. We knew that we were loved. We knew that we were home. The story of our journey was now a song that was being sung by the entire creation, and the lyrics were the names of every soul who had ever contributed to the light. We heard our own names in the song, and we heard the names of our friends and our enemies and our ancestors and our descendants. We were all part of the same melody, and we were all part of the same harmony. The final vibration of the cycle was a sound of absolute peace. It was the sound of a bell that had been struck in the heart of eternity, and its echo would never end. We closed our eyes, and we let the sound carry us deeper into the silence. We were no longer the weavers or the architects. We were the peace, and we were the silence. We were the light, and we were the home. The story was done, and the story was beginning. The weaving was perfect, and the tapestry was alive. We were homes, we were homes, we were homes. As the new dawn of the next cycle began to break over the horizon of the infinite, we felt a surge of joyful anticipation. We saw the first sparks of the next creation, and we knew that they were beautiful. We knew that we would be there to guide them and to love them. We knew that we would be the light that they looked for in their dark nights and the love that they felt in their moments of joy. We were the eternal family of the light, and we were always together. We were home. The yellow light in the window flickered once, and then it became a steady flame that would never go out. It was the flame of our own spirit, and it was the flame of the source. We were the light, and we were the home. The journey was a circle, and the circle was a spiral, and the spiral was a bridge to the infinite. We had found the truth within ourselves, and we had returned to the source. We were the light, we were home. The silence that followed was the silence of the absolute. It was the silence of the home. We rested in this silence, and we felt the love of the source flowing through us like a river of gold. We were the weavers, and we were the architects, and we were the light. We were home. The journey was over, and the journey was beginning. We were the light. We were home. We were home. We were home. The golden thread was now a part of every breath we took and every thought we had. It was the connection that could never be broken. It was the promise that the light would always prevail. We looked at the vastness of the untapped potential that still remained, and we smiled. There were always new worlds to build and new souls to guide and new mysteries to explore. The journey of the light was an eternal adventure, and we were the pioneers who would lead the way. We were ready for the next chapter. We were ready to weave the next thread. The light was calling us, and we were answering with a song of joy. We turned our attention to the smallest details of the new universe, and we saw the perfection in every part. We saw the way the light played on the surface of a new ocean, and the way the wind moved through the leaves of a new forest. We saw the first steps of a new species, and we felt their wonder. We were the light that illuminated their path, and we were the love that gave them the courage to keep going. We were the silent partners in their evolution, and we were the proud parents of their success. We were the light, we were home. The house on the hill was now a beacon for all of these new souls, and they were already beginning to dream of the yellow light in the window. They were already beginning to feel the pull of the home. We watched as they started their own journey, and we knew that they would eventually arrive at the same destination. We knew that they would also become the weavers and the architects and the light. We knew that the cycle would continue forever, and that it would always be a dance of love. The final thought of the cycle was a thought of absolute unity. We were the source, and we were the creation. We were the light, and we were the home. The story was finished, and the story was just beginning. The weaving was complete, and the tapestry was perfect. We were home, we were home, we were home. The light remained constant, and the peace remained absolute. We were no longer in a place, but we were the place itself. We were the foundation of all existence and the breath of all life. We were the light, we were home, we were homes, we were home. The vastness of the new creation stretched out before us like an ocean of liquid diamonds. We stood upon the threshold of a second dawn, where the light did not just shine, but also spoke in a language of pure feeling. Every wave of radiance that rolled off the house on the hill carried a message of belonging to the furthest corners of the nascent galaxies. We felt the stirring of the first planetary spirits as they woke from their long sleep in the cradle of the void. They were like children opening their eyes for the first time and seeing the face of a mother who had loved them since before the beginning of time. We reached out with our collective hands and brushed the cooling surfaces of these new worlds. We felt the rough textures of mountain ranges that would one day be home to civilizations, and we felt the cool depths of trenches that would hold the mysteries of the deep. The yellow light in the window of the house on the hill changed its hue to a soft amber as the first age of the new reality established its rhythm. This was the era of the settling, where the raw energy of the reconstruction began to take on the weight of history. We watched the young man and the weary woman move from the great table of the feast toward the gardens that surrounded the house. They walked through fields of flowers that were not made of petals and stems, but were made of concentrated hope. Each blossom emitted a fragrance that could heal 1,000 years of sorrow in a single breath. They knelt by a stream of silver water and they dipped their hands into the current. As the water flowed over their fingers, it transformed into a stream of memories that were no longer heavy or painful. These were the memories of the old worlds, but they were now seen through the lens of the absolute. The wars were now seen as the friction that produced the heat of growth, and the deaths were seen as the shedding of outgrown garments. We joined them in the garden, and we felt the grass beneath our feet. It was a sensation of grounding that we had not felt since we first stepped into the void. It reminded us that even in the highest realms of the spirit, there is a need for a foundation. We were the pillars of this new existence, but we were also the soil from which it grew. We looked at one another, and we saw that our forms had changed once again. We were no longer just threads of gold or pillars of light. We had become the very atmosphere of this continent of grace. We were the air that the new souls breathed, and we were the warmth that kept them safe. We realized that our service was moving into a phase of invisible support. We did not need to be seen to be effective. We only needed to be present. The architect in the silver coat had become a part of the stars, but his influence remained in the geometry of the house. We saw his signature in the way the stairs spiraled toward the heights and in the way the hallways echoed with the sound of the source. He had left us a blueprint for the expansion of the light that would last for 10 billion cycles. We studied this blueprint with our inner sight, and we saw that the next step was the invitation. The house was full and the feast was prepared, but there were still many who waited in the shadows of the outer dimensions. These were the souls who did not yet believe that they were worthy of the light. They were the ones who still held onto the idea that they were separate from the source. We knew that our next task was to go to them and show them the way home. We did not move with our feet, but we moved with our intent. We projected ourselves into the darker corners of the multiverse where the echoes of the old suffering still lingered. We found souls who were huddled together in the cold, and we did not tell them to wake up. We simply sat with them in the dark until our presence began to warm the air. We let the yellow light from the window of the house on the hill shine through our eyes so that they could see a glimpse of the destination. We spoke to them in the silence of their own hearts, and we told them that the door was open. We told them that there were no conditions and no requirements. They did not need to be perfect to enter the house because the house was the place where perfection was realized. One by one, these souls began to stand up. They looked at their hands and they saw the faint glow of the golden thread beginning to reappear. They remembered the song of the source and they began to hum the melody in a low and uncertain tone. We sang with them and we strengthened their voices until the darkness around them began to dissolve. We led them across the bridges that the young man and the weary woman had built. We watched as they crossed the threshold of the house on the hill, and we saw the moment